Ikan Jimmy and Asteria Ginger.
Access to information plays an important role in development, democracy, and equality. And as such, Namibia seeks to promote and protect access to information as a fundamental human right, while artificial intelligence and e-governance can play an important role to improve access to information and bridge the digital divide in our digital world. However, we have to also look at the questions that we need to ask ourselves about the ethical use of artificial intelligence. And these are some of the issues that we are going to be tackling at this year's 8th National ICT Summit.
That's very right, and that's why Namibia was ranked 9 out of 54 African countries in terms of our preparedness to make use of artificial intelligence. And I think that deserves a round of applause. Thank you so much. I'm your host, Shokik and Jimmy.
And my name is Asteriana Nangula Njenja.
And we will be taking you through the second day of the 8th National ICT Summit. Indeed, we are coming to you live from the Republic of Namibia right here in the capital, Windhoek. And we are so excited to bring you yet another day of the much anticipated National ICT Summit.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome as we delve into the theme of this year's ICT Summit, Adapt or Die, in the digital era of transformation or digital transformation and artificial intelligence. Don't forget to tag us on your social media platforms. Use our hashtags ICT Summit 2024, Digital Transformation, Artificial Intelligence.
Indeed, indeed. We will be giving away a prize to the most interactive person, the person that's posting the most, your reels. Are you posting? Are you posting? So tomorrow we are going to give a good prize to the person with the most posts and the good likes and the followership and all that. So don't forget to make use of those hashtags. Let me take this opportunity to recognize the Honorable Minister from the Republic of Botswana. That's Honorable Tolegan Sekgoga, the Minister of Communications, Knowledge and Technology, all the way from the Republic of Namibia. He's joining us virtually. And we also would like to take this opportunity to also acknowledge our Director of ICT in the Ministry of Information and Communication Technology, Ms. Linda Ipinge Nakale, and all the senior government officials, all captains of industry, our esteemed sponsors, our esteemed stakeholders, and all of you. Please give yourselves a round of applause for just being here today.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. As Shoki was actually establishing who is posting, I only saw Miss Linda Ipinge with the phone up, yes, recording and snapping and posting probably. Yeah. The rest of us, where are our gadgets? Are we building resilience?
Yes.
Are we?
Are we?
Take out those gadgets, apparently adapt or die.
Yes, indeed. You need to adapt or die. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we will get right into our program. Today is quite going to be an interesting day with different presentations and panel discussions. And of course, a supporting message from one of our minister partners from Botswana who really loves Namibia. And he's here to also just talk about the digital space within the Republic of Botswana. I think that's one of the things I'm looking forward to seeing this morning. And of course, we'll be having a panel discussion that will be led by the awesome and lovely looking Ms. Asteria. Please give my co-host a round of applause. She looks lovely.
Indeed, thank you, Shoki. You look lovely yourself, and happy birthday once again.
It seems the whole month will be my birthday, so it's all good. Well, let's get into that. Let's get into the first item of our program. As we said, we're going to get a supporting message from our guest of honor. That is Honorable Tulehano Sekgoga, the Minister of Communications, Knowledge and Technology from the Republic of Botswana.
Thank you very much, directors of ceremonies. I want to begin first by thanking very much my colleague, Honorable Emma Theophilus, and I wish to say to all of you that I wish I had the opportunity to travel to Namibia. The director of ceremony is very correct. Namibia is very close to my heart, a country I love very much. But let me begin by, my remarks by saying that I'm very humbled by your invitation to allow me to be the guest of honor. We have a lot in common between our two countries. We cherish the same aspirations, in particular the attainment of digitalizations of our economies. From the onset, I wish to state that we have accomplished what we have accomplished thus far in terms of digitalization forms the basis for achieving more between our two countries. And I want to take a moment just at this point, essentially to congratulate our two regulators who have been working on harmonizing and reducing our roaming rates between our two countries. Well done to Bokra, well done to Kran. And I think in due course, the Minister and I will have the opportunity to convey the news to both the Namibians and Botswana. There's an opportunity, for instance, for a single digital market between our two countries, wherein we can trade in digital products and services. We can extend our global reach through the same digital infrastructure. In our deliberations at today's summit and beyond it, I wish to see more areas of collaboration and cooperation between our two countries and beyond, being identified and followed through with robust efforts over a defined period. Having perused through the agenda of the summit, I'm very confident discussions will enrich our development agenda. It would then be very important that we deliberate with the strategic objective of accomplishing clear outcomes that will lead to a true transformation agenda over the next few years. For instance, we note that new ICT helps to transform traditional cities to smart cities featuring integrated governance. Necessarily, that new ICTs, it is that new ICTs are able to grant us, this pivotal opportunity does not necessarily translate to such benefits accruing in our economies. There are some actions that we need to undertake. We need to be deliberate in our efforts, commencing with revamping our policy, legal and regulatory frameworks to deliver on the intended outcomes. I dare say we need to qualify these digitalization outcomes as increased productivity and efficiency in all sectors. Employment, including self-employment, increased revenues for businesses, individuals, and governments, increased opportunities for all, including the marginalized. And this is a very important point, that we must not leave any of our citizens behind. I therefore urge us all to focus on our deliberations on the accomplishment of such noble outcomes. These can only be realized if all sectors of the economy being digitalized, including those which traditionally have been shy of adopting and adapting technologies in the delivery of their services. Ladies and gentlemen, we can learn a lot from other countries that have already advanced in digitalization. Some of these countries have adopted the top end to be at the top end to be innovation hubs, and therefore their efforts are characterized by a focus on specific areas that enable them to conceptualize and commercialize new technologies and solutions. Some have adopted to be service powerhouses, wherein they focus in the development of software, content, and service delivery. A majority of our countries in Africa, unfortunately, are limited to the lower end, where some of us have just begun adopting ICTs and value creation, and a few of us already are using and consuming ICT highly, but value creation is limited. We note a disheartening aspect of our economies are not integrated with the global ICT value chain. However, we can quickly convert this unfortunate situation into a positive by deliberately taking positive, specific actions within our context with the strategic intent of tapping into latent, potent potential we have in Africa. We have the numbers, we have the resources that if we can easily position, which can easily position us to be first globally. We therefore must show ambition and zeal to accomplish this feat. Ladies and gentlemen, however, how we allocate scarce resources and finite funds is especially fundamental. Our economies are under pressure to deliver on our aspirations. We count on dialogue. We count on dialogue such as the one we are having today to develop solutions in all spheres, including policy. Further to these, we are well aware that exploitation of open data as a commodity requires managing data as an asset for economic transformation. This will lead to agricultural improvement, preventative health actions, road safety, emergency response, encouragements of startups and entrepreneurs, and including identified fraud patterns in public acquisitions, just to give some examples. These should in turn lead to benefits such as smart government impacting positively on public service improvement. We should truly realize community collaborations as in citizens, industry, and government departments. We should further realize government transparency, improve policies and accountability. Furthermore, we should achieve data for analytics that can be used in disease management, education, and the economy. History shows that our economies have been hinged on governments as the main driver. Therefore, we need to adopt policies that lead to the release of these essential data in the hands of governments to the private sector to oil our economies. As I move towards concluding my remarks, I would like to share with you the Botswana story that I'm grateful to say Namibia, our sister country, has contributed to. In line with our 2036 vision, His Excellency the President is driving digital transformation and mindset change to rally the nation to embrace the digital way of life and adopt a global perspective to life. Botswana has made some commendable strides in digitalization drive for the country. Notably, we have more than 4 million mobile subscriptions, 94% mobile broadband population coverage, and in excess of 16,000 kilometers of optical fiber in a mesh format connecting major destinations and including smaller ones. This optical fiber at the backbone layer is coupled with optical fiber that has been rolled out to essential facilities in all our cities, towns, and villages. These essential facilities include hospitals, schools, government offices, clinics, and Dikotla, which are a tribal administrative center. We have a program of connecting the underserved areas in our rural Botswana. This is ongoing and is done in phases. Our policy and legal framework encourages foreign direct investments. We have connectivity to the rest of the world through undersea cable systems in the Indian Ocean and Atlantic Ocean. We have invested jointly with Namibia on the landing station at the Atlantic Ocean and the transit link to our borders. These are some of the positive indicators we take pride in. We are a country you can invest in with assurance that your business will grow and bring returns on your investment. We're working on developing policies and regulatory instruments that will foster adoption of 4R technologies that include artificial intelligence, robotics, and the Internet of Things, amongst others. As I had indicated, Botswana desires not to be left behind with the advent of the fourth industrial revolution. We aim to achieve positive economic outlook through digitalization of all sectors. In this agenda, we also worry of the imminent cyber threats, and we are now catapulting cybersecurity infrastructure to protect our critical national infrastructure that our economic and social security interests are heavily reliant on. A significant budget has been put aside for essential research that is necessary to develop our innovation capabilities and capacity. I wish to close my remarks by encouraging all of us to engage in full intellectual discourse during this summit. We are reliant on you, who will be joining the deliberations physically and virtually, to bring out ideas that will help shape our destiny. On that note, it is my pleasure once again to welcome you to today's session and wish you fruitful deliberations. I thank you for your kind attention. And as we say in my home country, Nelwa Nkipula, and I trust that the rains will be coming soon to Namibia. Thank you.
Kalebucha, Honorable Sekgoko.
Indeed, we thank him for such a very supportive and inspiring speech, really touching on how Namibia and Botswana continue to enjoy cordial bilateral relations, especially also within the ICT space. Of course, as you know, as he has mentioned, we are preparing for that roaming, charges that are not overpriced, that are not too high for all of us when we travel between Botswana. And I think many of you have traveled between Botswana and Namibia, one way or the other. Have you?
Exactly, and you only use your ID.
Yes,
You
that's
don't
a
need
good
a
part.
passport.
So I think let's give the Honorable Minister a big, big, big round of applause. In Botswana, they say pula, then you say pula. Let's try it, yeah? I think he will be happy to hear
Yes.
that. Pula.
Again.
We can say it better. Pula. Aha, give yourselves a round of applause.
Indeed, thank you so much, Honorable Minister. We move on with our program. And today we hear some of our leaders, or in the next few days since yesterday, we will be hearing from our leaders, tech experts and innovators and policymakers who are at the forefront of this transformation and leading us. So someone once said, the digital wave does not wait. It either carries you with or it leaves you behind.
That's why we are saying you need to adapt or die. So also the minister also touched on we need to adapt with our relevant policies to meet the ever-evolving digital space.
Indeed, and we move on with our program. Our next speaker is Mr. Adolf Ndafenungo, Manager, Special Project at MTC. I would like to establish whether he is here and he is ready.
Also, while we wait and establish, indeed, he has indicated that he's here, we also like to request all the other speakers to please be close by. You can even meet us there behind. We are behind the closet there waiting for you. All right, especially Mr. Zakaria Ndandi. Mr. Johan is already here. I see him is here. And also our panelists. Please take us through. You're going to have a very interesting conversation today.
I want it to be a surprise, Shoki.
Okay.
I want it to be a surprise because I want to keep the audience here so that they actually, wait and see.
Yes.
What are we going to talk about during that panel discussion. But of course, for them to just prepare themselves, it's going to be under the topic artificial intelligence as a route way to African transformation.
Indeed, indeed.
We'll then be looking at the pros, the cons, Africa's readiness to actually embrace AI.
Do you think Africa is ready to embrace AI? You don't seem confident. Do you think we are ready? I need more energy in the house. Yeah, I see more young people in the house, so I'm of the view we should have that kind of energy when we ask a question. So are we ready as a country, as a continent for AI and digital transformation? Yes, that's the spirit that I want.
It's good. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. Now, what I want to do, Shoki, so that we just keep the attention, because I don't want anyone, after breakfast, sometimes when you have a heavy breakfast, sometimes you just want to go into a food coma and just close your eyes a little bit. So we are going to, when we say adapt or die, if your hand is down, you are dying. If your hand is up, you are adopting. So we are going to keep doing that.
Yes.
Adapt or die.
Indeed. Already they are dying.
All right, let's establish whether our next speaker is ready.
Indeed, it seems like our speaker is indeed ready. He will be touching on the role of telecom in enabling digital transformation and AI. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Adolf, the Manager for Special Projects from the Mobile Telecommunications Company, in short, MTC. Make the connection.
Good morning. Apologies for being delayed. As indicated, my name is Adolf. I'm the manager for special project at MTC, and I'm going to take you through the presentation that covers the role of Telco in enabling digital transformation and artificial intelligence. Now, I think we are lucky today that we have a Namibian-owned telecom company that managed to provide close to 100% population coverage. So the issue of adopt or die, I think as Namibians we are safe in that aspect. Yeah. So the content of the presentation is, I'll touch on the introduction, then I'll look at the telco and digital transformation, some aspect of data analytics, enabling AI applications, few case studies, challenges and opportunities, the future outlook, and then from there we conclude. I'm not so sure will be a point for questions and answer, but I'll be willing to take some questions. So, introductions, an overview of digital and AI. So, digital transformations, it's a rapid advancement in technology. So, it involves integrating digital technology into all aspects of the business, fundamentally changing how organizations operate and deliver value. That's a very key point, deliver value to the customers. So that's a very key point of why organizations take on digital transformations. Now, what is the aspect of integrating AI into various sectors? So AI or artificial intelligence refer to a simulations of human intelligence. So previously, only human can think. Nowadays, computer can think faster than the human being. So together, this technology are reshaping industries by improving efficiency, enhancing customer experience, and enabling new business models. So you can see, does it point? Okay, it doesn't point. So you can see the evolutions of technologies. I think when I look at the room, I think most of those that are here, they can remember the first phone that used to be here. Yeah, so today we are talking about 4G with the first generation of LTE technology, which is about 100 times faster than the initial technology when we initially adopted mobile technology in Namibia in around 1992, 1994. So the next point is, what is the important role of telco in the digital era? So first of all, we provide the backbone infrastructure. You are all on your devices today. There are people that are streaming this event, and it's a telco that made sure that you are able to view and see the content that you have delivered on your device today. So in summary, telco provide the backbone for digital transformation by offering essential infrastructure and services. We build the towers. We also provide you the capability that you are able to use voice, SMS, and the internet. So they enable that connectivity, the data transmissions, and support emerging technology like Internet of Things and artificial intelligence that we're going to discuss today. So without the robust telecom infrastructure, the advance in digital transformations and AI will not be possible, unfortunately. So telco and digital transformations. So the first point is really about infrastructure. So the capability to provide higher speed internet and 5G networks. As a telecommunication company, we are evolving into providing with 5G very soon. So essentially, for modern digital services, 5G networks are revolutionizing the connectivity with faster speed, low latency, and the ability to connect more devices simultaneously. So with 5G, we anticipate that we are going to be able to make sure that you have your device connected, your fridge, your microwave, your aircon, your curtains, so that by the time you open the door of your garage, these smart devices will then trigger that you are entering the house. I must switch on the aircon so that when you enter the aircon, the living room is temperature is controlled. I must open the curtain and all these things. So with 5G, we are then anticipating that we'll be able to provide such capability. So furthermore, telco and digital transformations, we are going to look at the capability of cloud computing. With seamless connectivity, as I've indicated, we play a vital role in connecting Internet of Things devices, enabling smart homes, smart cities, industrial automations. So yesterday I gave a presentation on smart partnership where we covered smart city, the capability to basically automate traffic management. So those of us that stay in Katutura and other areas that are impacted by the traffic, you normally see the congestions. So with smart city, there are then technologies that allow to automatically detect which part of the traffic lights have more cars, so that it then automatically navigate and changes the green, red lights depending on the which line have congestions. So those technologies are there, and other countries are using it. So cloud services. So Telco provide cloud services for business, offering a scalable services in terms of storage, computing power. So there's no need for institutions, companies, homeowners to invest in higher performance computers or servers. You can as well buy those infrastructure that are stored in the cloud, and you can access them anywhere, anytime, whenever. So the other part is our capability to provide data analytics with the populations of 3 million, I believe now, with the latest census. And as MTC, we are covering about 95% of that population coverage, taking into account the connected device of about 2.3 million. You can just imagine the volume of data that is being generated by all those devices and the interactions with the MTC networks. So we need to build the capability. So we have built the capability to handle very large volume of data. We analyze that volume of data to gain insight so that we are able to improve services and understand the customer behavior so that we are able to then develop a personalized product and also optimize the network so that it's able to handle these volumes of workloads and traffic. So the other part is also real-time analytics for informed decision making. For instance, like today we are gathering here, this venue is normally not this full. So the fact that we are able to pick up that there are more devices around this area, we are then able to scale the tower that is covering this area real time so that it's able to accommodate the number of devices that are here. One of the elements is also the enabling of AI application in our operations. So this is entirely to enhance customer experience. So customer experience is all about personalizing services. Imagine if you are calling our contact center, and as you are interacting with this chat box, it's more personalized that it's even able to mention your name, it's even be able to mention your date of birth, and all other things that you do. So imagine the impact that it will make to you as a MTC customer. So in personalizing services, AI is used to tailor services to individual customer needs, personalize recommendations and target marketing, enhance customer satisfaction and loyalty. So if you are able to understand your customer experience, you're able to understand your behavior, then you're able to give you a package of hours that meet your need. So this is really part of the advantage in enabling AI application in our operations. The other part is then that I spoke briefly that say it's AI customer support, AI-driven customer support. So AI-driven customer support such as chatbots, virtual assistants, provide instant response in resolving issue efficiently and improve customer services and reduce operational cost. So today we have a call center that's man of about 150 agents that rotate to make sure that they are covering you 24/7. But with advancement in technology, we'll be able to shift half of that to either train the AI models so they're able to give you the best experience, and the other half will be channel them to other operational efficiency, maybe to support you when you want to buy services online. Let's say you want to buy a phone, we can deliver that phone to you wherever you are. You don't necessarily need to come into the mobile home. So the other aspect, apart from addressing the customer or improving the customer experience, we also use AI to optimize network operations. I gave an example of picking up congestion within a specific area, and we can automatically scale, change the parameter on that antenna so that it's able to accommodate the number of the volume of customer or devices that are connecting to that particular tower. So the other element is also then to automate network management, AI optimized network performance, efficiency, ensuring reliability and higher quality of service. It helps manage traffic and allocate resources more effectively. So these are some of the few case studies. So we have a case study, Telco A, that's AI driven to improve customer experience. How do they facilitate digital transformations? The Telco A improve the satisfaction of using AI powered chatbots and virtual assistants, reducing the response time and the increased resolution rate. The impact on their business is this led to higher customer retention and lower support costs. If customers are happy, they will not be willing to move to any other operator because they are being served well and the service is excellent. So the other case study is on network optimizing using AI. So they did enhancement on network reliability, performance through AI-driven predictive maintenance. So already they are able to detect that there will be a communication overhead, there is an increased latency, there are challenges that are coming from that particular node or in the network, be it security challenge, be it congestions, and they are also probably based on the volume of download and browsing, they are then able to make recommendation to say, we are seeing so many customers accessing Netflix and they are watching this particular movie, so we need to cache that in our caching server so that other customers, they don't have to download it to download the particular movie on Netflix is just locally available within our data center. So the benefit to this is then it's resulted in fewer outage and improve customer satisfaction. So what are the challenges and the opportunities? So one of the main challenges is security concern, particularly related to addressing data privacy issues whenever AI and digital transformation is involved. So as telco company, we need to make sure that we comply with the data protection law. We have relevant data encryption and security measures. There's transparent and consent to how we deal with the data and what we do with them, what we do with it and how long do we keep it. Our employees are trained so that they understand the type of data they are dealing with. And they are also aware of the impact of any breach in this particular data. So this is really one of the challenge. The other challenge is regulatory issues. So we must ensure that the like of GDPR, although it's not a law that is passed in Namibia, we also deal with customers that are not Namibians, that are visiting. So because their country of origin requires that telecommunication company and technology company adapt or comply to this law, we are also then forced to put in measures to make sure that you're in compliance. Otherwise, this customer will not be able to sign up with us. So the other part is the higher cost of implementation. So it's very expensive to adapt to new technologies. So the financial challenge of adopting new technologies includes the cost of infrastructure upgrade. The previous slides have indicated how we have evolved from 1G, 2G, 3G, 4G, and now transitioning into 5G. So throughout all those transitions, we don't use the same antenna, we don't use the same transmission line, we don't use the same network monitoring or network support systems. So all those, whenever there's a new technology and we need to align to it, we also need to consider the cost of upgrading to that new technology. And most of cases is very high. Now, we are also forced to keep all the other technologies because customers don't change to the new technology as the technology is changing. There are still those that are using Kamagochi. So we are now forced to keep that network that supports the Kamagochi online and still be able to offer you 4G. You can just imagine the volume of infrastructure that you have to maintain. So although there are challenges, there are also opportunities. One of the bigger opportunities is increased revenue stream. So digital transformations and AI open up for new business model and revenue streams. Further to that, it enhances customer loyalty because we are evolving with time. We are not stuck in the old ages. We are able to give you the technology when you need it at the right time, at the right cost. So what does the future outlook look like? So there is already research being done on 5G. And mind you, we still did not implement, although we did the trial for 5G in Namibia, we did not implement fully roll out 5G. But other countries are already discussing the implementation of 5G. Further to that, there are also now a concept of edge computing. Edge computing means that, I'm not so sure if you guys are aware that if you are in Oshakati and you are making a call, that call have to go all the way to Windhoek, be processed and back to you in Oshakati so that they're able to make a call. Now, with edge computing, we are able to process that data and allow you to make a call locally within your metropolitan or local within the towns. So this is really one of the advantages that comes with edge computing, that you don't necessarily need to send all your traffic to our data center in Windhoek. We can process that traffic locally within the metropolitan, and you're able to communicate seamlessly without any impact. So that's really one of the things that bring data processing closer to the source, reducing latency and improving performance. So the telco role in future innovations. So we will continue to drive the technological enhancement based on the customer demand and what the industry dictates. So we will continue to drive that technological investment. We continue to provide you 5G, 6G, or all other Gs that are going to come in the future. So we'll also continue to make sure that there's a seamless integrations with this emerging technology, to ensure that there's seamless connectivity. You are able to sit here, have access to your CCTV camera at home, open a visitor, or open your garage door, or your whatever that you want to do on your device at your fingertip. So in conclusion, we believe that telco play a pivotal role in driving digital transformations. Without the telecom industry, there will not be digital transformations. There will also not be AI advancement. We give you the connectivity, we give you the services that enable you to use this particular technology. Further, there is a necessity need of strong, reliable infrastructure to support this digital initiative. So there's a need for us to build more fiber networks so that we are able to give you the capacity and the bandwidth requirement that you require so that we can do everything on your mobile device. So please do allow us to remove your interlock. So we'll also continue to evolve and provide more integrated digital economy or ecosystem. So we'll continue to evolve until make sure that you are making use of a Kamagochi even when you shift to 4G. So we'll still be able to maintain that integrated digital ecosystems as the technology evolves. We are also not, what is the word, spared by the adapt or die situations. So if we don't evolve, we will as well be impacted by the like of Starlink. I know most of you are excited that Starlink is coming. You need to take into account that when Starlink comes, a few jobs will be lost because the number of people that you employ based on you guys, the number of subscribers that we have, if you shift to Starlink, then you're also able to shift some employees out of the company since you are not there you are not there so they can support you. So these are some of the items that we need to consider as we innovate and adapt to new technology and market demands. We also have disrupting technology that are also coming to disturb our market share and hence impacting our ability to then make profits so they're able to grow. The other element is really to form partnership. As much as such happens, Starlink, it will eventually have to come. We also need to form partnerships so that when Starlink comes, we have other ventures that you are able to make money from so that they are able to make up for the revenue that you're going to lose over this new entry in the markets. So by doing that, we'll be engaging into partnership with other institutions so that we are able to provide custom-made solutions like the banks, the municipality, for smart city, and others. So we'll also continue to focus on the need and the experience so that we are able to drive the future success of the technology landscape in the country. So I think that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
All right, let's give Mr. Adolf a big round of applause.
Indeed, adapt or die.
We can see some of you guys are sleeping. Don't sleep. Don't sleep. Don't sleep. But before we get maybe into the picture opt, maybe just let's take two questions. from the audience as we just wait for our colleagues to bring a beautiful, beautiful gift to Mr. Adolf here before we let him go. Any two questions based on his presentation? Do I see any indication in the house for a question? Oh, right there. Right, there's a mic, I believe, coming through from our team. Adapt or die? Aha, they are awake.
Indeed, shock adaptation, I think, is becoming the new survival of the fittest. Okay, just raise your hand. Who's having a question so that you get the mic? Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity. I just wanted to, I'm so excited to hear about 5G. I just more interested in, as much as they are talking about 5G, I think we are also thinking about the prices. How does the costing of, let's say for example now, like you are going to have more infrastructures being connected to internet. How does the costing of internet going to be?
Okay. I think let me answer that. It's a brilliant question. Thank you very much. Mister, sorry, I didn't get your name. I'm not so sure if you have observed that over the years, the price of internet have always been declining. So it will continue to decline as that. So you don't have to be scared of that. Now that we have launched 5G, maybe the price per megabyte will increase. I think that pattern will continue to decrease. So I don't think you should be worried at all. We just prefer that you buy more devices that are able to be connected. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Elise Peterson. I'm very senior, so we're coming from the time of telex machines and.
Sorry to interject, ma'am. May you please stand up so that we see who's giving us or who's posing the question? Thank you.
I don't want to do that actually. Can I remain seated? Thank you very much. My name is Elise Peterson. I think everybody can hear me. I'm coming from the time of telexes and faxes, long before these guys were born. And, but I must say, in 2012 already, I've seen a lot of AI. I mean, AI is something that we've been using since a long, long time ago. It is not something new. I just hear the buzzword AI, but we've been using it since I can remember. I can remember I was on a cruise, for instance, many years ago. And already there, if you order a drink, the robot would bring your drink, and you would just swipe your card at the end of the day. That's AI. So I wonder, how do our youth have to position themselves? Since those things it's already here. How do these people have to position themselves at our universities, in our houses as parents? How do we prepare our youth for the time, when the time comes, that some of the jobs are going to become absolute? Because I've seen that already. In flights, we don't have cabin attendants anymore, for instance. You know, the food is coming from the top. You just order it and it's coming and it's... So those jobs will become obsolete. Just how is it that we can position the youth? How should they think about when they go to university? Which areas do they have to explore? Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Elizabeth. I think that's also a very brilliant question, a very important question. It's unfortunate that you probably were not here yesterday. I also give a similar presentation that touched on that aspect a little bit. So today I briefly spoke about partnership. So there need to be some sort of collaboration between the industry and the academia so that we change the way our education system deliver value so that we get the graduates that are fit for the technology or fit for the market. Now, at MTC, I'm not so sure I've been following the news, we have two things. We have done two things. We have opened up a center called HTTPS, which is a collaboration through MTC and NAST, and that really enable and facilitate the smart partnership that we have been talking about, to say there need to be this collaboration between the industry and the academia, so that we also give input to the curriculum, because we are on top of the technology, so we see the things that are coming, and we want to make sure that by the time the students are going to graduate, they will be useful in the industry. So you are very right that yes, some of the things have been there before, and they might take the jobs, the anticipated jobs of the graduate, if we do not address the foundations and the educations that prepare them for the job market. Secondly to that, we have also developed a further application by observing that there's a need in the in the nation of industry practical experience. So before the students graduate, they are required to do internship. Now, as a company with other partners, we are putting in investment to ensure that these students take placement in this company so that they are able to learn the practical experience of what they have learned at school. So with data analytics, we are also then able to understand and analyze the type of job profile that these companies are requesting through internship. So the platform allows company A to request for 10 students in the following field. So if we analyze that data, we are then able to see during this period, we see that there's a very high demand of graduate in automation, for instance, so that the next curriculum review of the university will then embed that new requirement into the curriculum so that the students are prepared and they are taught the right thing that they need for the market. I'm not so sure I've answered your question fully. Yeah, I think it's really one of those conversations that continue that require a multi-stakeholder engagement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adolf Ndafenongo. Indeed, the conversation continues as we continue to discuss and engage. Unless there is any other question. Ooh, wow. Okay, we have another one right at the back.
Okay, that will be the last one, I believe.
Yes, please.
Good morning. It's Raquel Kananjebo here. Okay, in terms of social responsibility, how is the MTC digital transformation strategy intend to close the gaps that Namibians experience in terms of inequality and dispensements of technologies and infrastructure for us to ensure and build a resilience and ensure long-term sustainable growth?
Thank you. I think in my opening, I have indicated that we are able to, or today, we are proud to say that we are providing 100% population coverage. We made a commitment as part of our effort to close the digital gap, to invest in areas that are not worth investing, because we care about the next person that need to make a call to a doctor, or the next student that is able, that needs to access the learning material. So through our corporate social responsibility, we have done quite an extensive investment in making sure that you are able to provide coverage even on areas that are not economically viable to do so. Putting up a tower is an expensive thing, but we understand the need as a nation. And also, we are trying to help government reach certain targets as set out in their national development plan, to make sure that they should not be an area in Namibia that a person is not able to have access to this connectivity. So those, in a nutshell, is really one of the heavy, expensive investment that we have done as part of our CIS.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Can we just give him a round of applause? He touched on the role of Telco in enabling digital transformation and artificial intelligence. So we move on to our next speaker.
Yes, but before that, we would like to appreciate Mr. Ndafenongo with just something little.
Indeed. There we go. Thank you so much.
Now, our next speaker, while Mr. Ndafenongo is just getting off stage, will be Mr. Zakaria Ndadi. He is a software engineer and data analyst at Telecom Namibia, and he will be touching on the topic, leveraging open source software in the age of AI, a strategic advantage of SMEs and corporations. Let's please welcome him.
Good morning. As you heard, my name is Zakaria Ndadi, and I'm here to speak on open source for corporations, SMEs, and even governments. We're going to start off with some simple case studies. This is UniSuper. It's an Australian company that lost all its data. It's a multi-million-dollar company that lost all its data because what it depended on lost it too, which was the Google Cloud. That was a big story. So imagine GIPF losing all its data on its clients, so meaning some of these people are not able to get paid in the long run. Example 2 will be CrowdStrike. This was a huge scandal. Servers, banks, and airports were off because of this one glitch. They updated their system and everything else died. Second, we have Microsoft. I'm sure most of us are at a certain age where we grew up knowing what CDs are, floppy disk, and so forth. Back then, we could have bought a product and you have owned your own product, but now we have to subscribe to everything, right? Every other month, they bill you, they bill your company, individuals, companies, and I'm sure the government as well, because you have to cater for your employees to have the required applications to run your business. Fourthly, we have Adobe. Another scandal. They were charged for improper practices. You subscribe to a service, you pay $100. To unsubscribe to a service, you pay $1,000. Now imagine if a corporation has your data to such an extent that they can do what they want to you. Dangerous. iTutor. Yesterday, there was a talk by Professor Peters, where we have to, even though we're incorporating AI and all these technologies into our country, into our businesses, we have to have the human aspect of it. We can never throw away or give away the ability to be human in some situations. Their scandal was they had an AI go through the hiring process of their different teachers, and it discriminated against all females, by the way. Very bad, very, very bad. Yes. As of now, before I start my initial talk, there are quotes I want to have or to leave with you guys. And please, in the digital age, all of us use smartphones to a certain extent. All of us use technology to a certain extent. I hope we remember them. Number one, if you are not paying for the product, you are the product. If something seems too good to be true, if WhatsApp seems too good to be true, it's just free, you're just using it, just calling, that means how do they make their money? How? Who are they making their money from? That means you are the product, your data. Like the previous speaker said, 5G is coming, then hopefully 6G, meaning they're increasing the bandwidth of data they need to acquire and to transport. More data is being generated, and what is that data? That data as of now is power. Don't forget this. Sometimes you win by not losing. Corporations especially. If you have a budget, you are paying for something, you have more expenses. If you reduce your expenses, you make more profits and you can strategize and relocate those funds to other parts of your organization that needs it. Your products are only as good as your marketing. Dangerous, right? As of now, this is a mic, very cheap. Hey, I'm a liar, might not be cheap. This is a mic of a certain value. If I was to market this and say there's an AI in this value substantially grows. Just because it's marketed as AI doesn't mean it's always AI. Very important. Garbage in, garbage out. As I tutor group, right? You feed the technology something, it will produce what you fed it. Irregardless of how it is, as of now, that's how technology works. If you put in trash, it will output trash. There are two different types of software. There's open source software. Many of you have dealt with open source software and you might not know it because the marketing is not as big. Industries are built, websites, servers, these are open source, or most of them are open source, or powered by open source software, right? When you get such a software in your business, you have control over everything. Customization, your data, especially your data, which is the most important part in technology, guys, data. It builds everything. And how important is your data to you? Then there are proprietary software. These are software that we buy, we cannot change, we do not know what happens to it as well. So example, you host your data on a cloud, right? On a someone else cloud, you only have so much control over it. If that company decides today, I will increase my price to $1,000 US, what are you gonna do? Many of us have iPhones and Android phones. We put our pictures on Google Cloud, iCloud and stuff like that, right? You pay a certain subscription for extra storage. If that company decides today, now, instead of $200, I'm gonna increase it to $1,000. I keep saying 1,000. $1,000. What's gonna happen? If you do not subscribe to it, all your data is gone. And that you are held at ransom to some extent. Advantages of integrating open source software into your businesses. Cost management, it's cheaper. It's way cheaper than buying or subscribing to something every single day. Scalability and flexibility. It might be a term that's used usually in tech. As you grow, you want something scalable, right? As you grow, you have more employees, more customers. You want whatever technology you're using to grow with you. Example again, I hope there's nobody from Microsoft here who's gonna, catch these hands. But if you have 1,000 employees now, you pay, example, $7 per head. Once you have more employees, even though you're using the same system, same software, you have to increase to 1,000 more. And that's how it works, and that's how it will keep working. Security and data governance. Yesterday as well, there was a talk by the director, Ms. Nakale, about the data strategy on how to protect Namibia as a whole and organizations and their data. And that's a big thing. The Western world, or the world that has the most technology, that we get the technology from, right? The way they take the data from us, right? That can be used in many sorts of ways. Governments can be ruined by these sorts of things. Example, very dangerous, Egypt, the spring, yes, how that happened. It was via the same way of communication through these things. Knowing how a population works, it works through their data. You can see people's habits, you can see people's trends via their data. Community and support and innovation. I don't know if some of you work in different IT departments especially. If there's a glitch or something wrong with your product, right? All you can do is wait. Irregardless of how you do, you have to file a ticket, you have to wait for 2 weeks. If you are lucky, unless you're a premium supporter, maybe get 2 days, 3 days for support to fix that certain bug. But with open source, because you are hands-on, you have all the control. You can change it, customize it, it's your own. Making a sandwich is very nice. I can put all the thick butter I want, all the thick jam I want, but if I go to a restaurant, my boss said, or the chef said, it's just this one layer. And it's the same concept. These are the alternatives to what we know, what is really marketed, and what we don't know for organizations. Mac OS, Windows OS. There was a trope or a meme, very sad, but it was true. Man burned down his car, and his quote was, "They are monitoring my life." Yes? I'm not pointing hands, but yes, some operating systems, they do this, and they'll come with a guise of, no, it's for feedback and so forth and so on. But whatever you do, imagine the CEOs of big companies mute their mics, put filters or stuff like that on their cameras. Why? Hey, somebody's monitoring something. Alternative is Linux. Linux is the biggest server OS there is. Most applications are run on Linux, by the way. And there's Linux for users as well. We have Microsoft. We all encounter it, right? And we all pay for it. Before, buy a CD, it's yours forever. Now, every month, pay a certain amount, activate your Windows and so forth. Otherwise, your PC doesn't work as well as it's supposed to. Alternative, we have LibreOffice. Free, open source, same usability, same everything. And I repeat, free. Free things are nice, guys. We have SAP, the biggest ERP company in the world. If you have a company, you probably know of SAP. You've probably encountered SAP in their modules where you are running your financial division to your marketing, to your sales. SAP is it. SAP is not cheap. SAP is very expensive. Getting consultations and so forth with them, it takes a lot of dollars. Then we have an alternative, which is ERP Next. I repeat, open source. You get it, you install it, you manage it, you get your IT department behind it, everything is done for you. Data governance and policy perspectives, and that's, I think, the main focus of this talk, right? Data governance and policy perspectives, protecting yourself, your company, and your people against what the outsiders will do. You have to ask yourself this question: how important is your data? How important is your data? You can keep opening incognito mode, but we know. We know. And I'm sure they know as well. What are your business policies when it comes to managing your data? If you feel like you are just a simple e-commerce site and your data is not important because you have catalogs that everybody else has, what about the financials to it? What happens if I get your financial records? There are stories, guys. There are a lot of stories. Big companies held at ransom because of their data. Their data was accessed by the wrong people. And it's Namibian as well. But I'm not allowed. Who can have your data? Do you have the infrastructure in place to protect yourself? Do you? Yes, Google Chrome is free. Why is it free? Yes, Instagram is free. Why is it free? Why is it that the moment you speak on Pringles, some of you probably get a Pringles advert soon. And that's how it works. Yes, they want certain permissions on your phones, right? You don't allow them, and yet somehow they can still hear what you're saying. Crazy. So please, guys, ask yourself these questions. Companies especially, because you're not just dealing with one entity, you are dealing with multiple entities. And these things lead to other companies as well. And that's it. Very short, very simple. In conclusion, this is not to say that all companies are bad or all companies that ask you for a price are bad. This is to say that what are you going to do for yourself to host and keep your data, to protect yourself? Please protect yourself. Please. Thank you very much. If there are any questions.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Ndadi, for that insightful presentation. You know, you mentioned something that really touches my heart, not in a good way, though. The use of a floppy disk. Who used a floppy disk in university or at school? Please raise your hand. What experience did you have with a floppy disk? Jeez. When you save your assignment, you are done. You save your assignment. Now it's time to go and get it printed out. The floppy disk is asking you to format it. And the computer where you typed it, it's used by so many people. You might not find it there any longer, so it's just there in the floppy disk. I have a bad experience with a floppy disk. Yeah, but anyways, we move on.
So we did establish how old you all are in the room by that question. Nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, also one interesting thing that was touched on is us safeguarding our data. Data is the new gold, they say. So we need to find ways of how to protect our data. So we're going to hand over something special, something good, or do we allow for two questions?
Maximum 2 questions,
Two questions.
please.
We're running a bit out behind time, so we'll allow for 2 questions because today we want to make it a bit engaging for our esteemed audience.
There's a question right at the back on our left side. Please just speak into the mic, and please, if you may stand up, you introduce yourself, and then you get your answer.
Morning, everyone. Erivan Brit is my name, and my question is, how do we protect our data? It is scary. Your presentation was perfect. However, the question still remains, how do we protect our data? Thank you.
That's where the cybersecurity comes in, right? Number one, it starts from top down. Government policies enable or disable how much of this data they can get. Then it trickles down. As a user, let's say I'm a random person, right? Like I said, how important is your data and who are you willing to leverage it to? These are all questions because at some point, irregardless of how you want to think of it, your data will be caught in. But what type of data? Sensitive data? That you have to keep somewhere safe, eh? And that's why, hey, this is a huge discussion, man, because like Shoki just said, it's gold. And people always have the trope like, no, it might not happen to me. My data is not that, who am I? I'm just a guy, just walking here. Why is my data so important? But at some point, the internet is unforgiving and does not forget. At some point in 10 years' time, you might be the next runner-up for president, and your data is there in the world, and we know what you said and what you did. So it depends so our thing with protection is look or find what type of data you are willing to get access, because irregardless of how we can try, it will be accessed. Because we use their services irregardless.
Any other question? And these are some of the questions that we're also trying to get answered at this year's ICT Summit when it comes to data protection. Please go ahead.
Hi there, Reuben here from ONL. Just a quick question. Why do you advocate for open source applications that are free, but corporate applications, but not corporate applications that are also free? If it's free, what do you pay? Because you said if you don't pay, then you are the product. So what is the difference?
So what data, right? Data is sold to marketers. Very important. Notice that, right? Like I said, that's why adverts are made specifically for you. The more you browse, like simple things like, example, TikTok. Scrolling on TikTok, the moment you pause, even for 2 seconds on a video, that's captured. That means they know what you like. What's going to happen in the next 4 videos? You're going to get the exact same thing. And after that, as you see, as a user, I'll say it's bad. But as a corporation, on the other hand, I wouldn't say it's bad. I buy your data, right, in the demographic of Namibia. I see what these people like. I see what they like. I see what they watch. I see what they comment on, right? I get that data and I create marketing campaigns specifically for that data. And sometimes it cannot just be selling a product, it can be propaganda. Hey, let me not go there, but yes, it can be propaganda. These are topics I don't want to touch. That's how it's used.
Well, there you have it. I think, in essence, basically, we need to protect our data in all possible ways. I think we are in an era where your information is so critical, and how you use it. If you are using the same password for all your platforms, how secure are you? Yeah, that's why we continuously run those cybersecurity trainings. Do you know about them? Huh? Let me see in the room who knows about the cybersecurity trainings held by the Ministry of Information and South Essential IT. Aha, very few, so it's scary. But you know what? During the course of this summit, we're going to launch something interesting related to the cybersecurity space, because it's still relevant, and it also touches base on how we protect ourselves and our personal information. Also, don't forget, the minister mentioned something very interesting, that our data protection bill is close to becoming an law. So we are soon going to regulate how people are using our personal information. But with that said, let's give something special to Mr. Zakaria for such a great and interesting presentation. Thank you so much.
Adapt or die. Ah, good. We may now introduce our next speaker, Shoki.
Indeed. So this is, remember our theme is based on two areas, which is digital transformation as well as artificial intelligence. So our next speaker will be now speaking about the Namibian government's digitalization journey. Now, I have also moved with the gentleman coming on stage, and I know the passion that he has to digitalize government services. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Johan van Wyk, the director in the Office of the Prime Minister.
Indeed, while Mr. van Wyk is getting to the stage, don't forget to tag us on your social media platforms, MICT, and also our sponsors.
Good morning. Way back, I was in the banking sector. And you know that banks could predict a divorce long before it happened. It's because they have the data in terms of your spending pattern. If you spend money on petrol, you spend money on groceries, and suddenly there's an increase in your spending to spend money at hotels, some food restaurants, and they just knew that something is coming. This is how data is the new gold, because gold is now so expensive, but before it was the new oil. Good morning. I'm Johan van Wyk from the Office of the Prime Minister, from the Department of Public Service E-Government Management. I'm just a messenger today because I'm still brand new in my role. But the idea that I have today is that we would like to show you how our journey has been in terms of digitizing government in total. There's this advert many years ago of the old lady who was preparing herself and even putting up some lip stuff, those red things on the lips, and putting on a handbag and nicely dressed, and then she walks out of the door, and then she walks inside the house, and she starts to compute to do her internet online banking. Now, this is where we want to start our journey. Now, it was very difficult, not difficult, but it was really teasing. This is not working. How does this work? Do I just press the middle button or the top button or the back button? Okay, still working. Anyway, for government, the Namibian government has been on this journey. And you know, for every journey that you plan, you must have a destination. And we started the planning of our digital journey many years ago. I will shortly show you on the slides how that evolved. But I think it's important that we also appreciate in terms of what government has been doing in terms of developing the frameworks and also developing the policies to enable us as a government to make sure that we can prepare ourselves going forward on this journey. Now, we all know that they talked about the floppy these days. We actually forgot the word floppy. Then there was a stiffy, so there was a lot of other buzzwords many moons ago. And if you look at my hair, you might see that. I'm from that age. But that was the one and the zeros. I'm just trying to get my thing working. So, and this is also how it works in government. Yes, okay, yeah, it's good. So the next slide. Almost. Good. In terms of our alignment, in everything that we do in government, we align ourselves with Vision 2030. And I would like to tell you that Vision 2030 is actually a very great document. And it's a document that basically tells the nation really what to do as well. We have also NDB 5, very soon NDB 6. In government, we also have the IT policy for the public service. It was revised in 2017 and approved. Then we have the e-government policy for the public service. And then the e-Strat plan. Now, the e-government policy for the public service in Namibia was developed and launched in 2005, 19 years ago. And it's still in use, it's still in play. And in 2014, we developed the strategic action plan for the public service to accelerate some of these things. But we will show you very soon on that one. Harambee 1 and Harambee 2 was basically there to just make sure that we accelerate the implementation of e-government services. And then we have the Office of the Prime Minister strategic plan that deals all of this. The mandate of the department where I come from is basically derived from our IT policy in terms of the provision of public service e-government management. And we are supposed to coordinate and assist with the development and implement e-government projects across the public sector. As I indicated to you, in terms of our e-government policy 2005, and also our plan 2014 to 2018. And as you know, we also provide internet services to our OMAs and regional councils. Now, a journey starts at a certain time, at a certain point of departure. But you must have an end in mind. Where are you going to? Where will you basically drive to? Where will the bus take you to? And this is why this little illustration has been created on ChatGPT, to show you that where is our end goal? Where do we want to actually end up? And we have realized that to provide digital services for our citizens, you need to empower each Namibian with a unique digital ID in the future that will make sure that that person or that said citizen will be able to benefit and use our digital services. Now, our vision and our focus is to be citizen-centric. Everything that we do in terms of our development or digitization journey is based on the citizen of this country. And you see, many moons from now, a few years from now, like 8 years from now, when I don't want to retire, I just want to step out of work to another space. I'll be the gentleman sitting there in my nice couch and looking through the window and doing my online interaction. Maybe I will submit my ITAs, it depends. But this is what we are basically portraying in terms of starting with the end in mind. And we are saying that adopting or adapting to digital transformation and artificial intelligence is critical, crucial for the Namibian government. Because if we do that, we improve our governance, we also enhance our economic development, and address our socio-economic challenges. Because this enables us to improve our efficiency, to do better things, to streamline our services, to grow our economy. Now, some people say, yes, AI will reduce the workforce. I will tell you that we will innovate, we will be smarter, and we will do other things, and those things that we do will create more investment and will create more jobs and boost our competitiveness as a country, not just as a society. We will also look at infrastructure. We have all the speakers these days have spoken about infrastructure. But the issues for us, for government, is also to improve our transparency in our governance, because technology do not discriminate, and it makes it so much easier for us to be transparent. So what we're looking forward to, we know that corruption is of the day, but we know also that once we start to record transactions in the data that we get from there as well, this will make it a bit more better for us going forward to be accountable. Education and skills, it cannot be overemphasized in that one. Namibia need to find his place or her place somewhere in the world and need to compete in the global economy. That said, we cannot just be in isolation because then we might not stay competitive and not be able to compete in money. And very important, colleagues, social inclusivity. These platforms that all of us has been talking about needs to make sure that all of us, every individual, every Namibian are basically able to use that services. Now that journey, as I indicated to you, for us as a country, in terms of our digitalization journey, started in 1998. And in 2005, I indicated to you that we launched our e-governance policy, and then our plan in 2014. And then we continued with our online services and back offices in terms of making sure that we improve on that services since 2017. COVID was either good or either bad for us. In the sense of our back office systems, it was good because we had much time in terms of moving forward on that one as well. And then towards the end of last year, November last year, in the beginning of this year, we started to develop what we call a digital roadmap for our government, public service of Namibia. And this is also to basically accelerate the improvement of our activities. Where does Namibia sit? I just mentioned that we need to compete globally. And the United Nations does a survey every second year in terms of looking at the competitiveness or the readiness of countries in terms of for e-government development index. And so in Namibia, for example, in terms of its index for e-government in 2022, was sitting in that triangle at a 0.75, and was very low in terms of our online service index only at the 0.25%, and again at the 0.5% in terms of our telecom infrastructures. So that triangle basically shows that yes, we are ready, but we're not at the top yet. And why I'm saying that, if you look at this one, which is a bit better, look at this survey, for example, you will see that Namibia is ranked 121 out of 188 countries. Even I think nowadays it's about 200 countries. So you see, we are not doing bad, we're not doing good, but we're just below Botswana. We just spoken to the Minister of ICT in Botswana. But see where South Africa sits at number 65. I wanted to check last night where Rwanda is, but I think Rwanda is in the top 50. In terms of the offerings that we do our online service index, what are countries actually now these days looking at in terms of providing the online transactional services? And on the left-hand side, there's a list of these items which the United Nations is looking at. Now, in the middle, you see there's a very busy slide. So don't worry about it now. After this presentation, it will be available online. You can download it, and then you can basically zoom in terms of that. This is not just for Namibia, but it's just basically looking at what are the percentages in terms of these different offerings which the countries are engaging in terms of online services, in terms of the index as well. Now, we will basically take, there's a trail of our framework throughout the whole presentation that I'm going to show you from now on. But I want you to stop quickly here. You have heard about our action plan that we developed in 2014. Now, that action plan in 2014 had 5 thrust areas, or 5 pillars, during that, what was developed, and had 15 strategies that was supposed to be implemented, or through 15 programs. And 119 projects were constituted within those 15 programs as well. Now, just imagine, this is massive. This is massive. 119 projects within 15 programs. This is very massive from 2014 to 2018. We are still working on this. We are still implementing these programs as well. This is just to show you a snapshot in terms of our action plan that we developed in 2014. And then we are still continuing to move with the transformation that we have talked about. You know, telecommunications was analog, isn't it? Analog meaning, hello, number please? Which number do you want to dial to? That's analog. These days, we're looking at our maturity going forward as well in terms of where you want to be. And we would like to really be actually at number 3 in terms of the frameworks for moving forward with digital transformation, in the sense that we would like to make sure that we drive the services for our citizens at the next best level. And this is where we currently are, between the two of them as well. I don't want to go into the detail of each one of this one, but this is also where we start to co-create and where you start to innovate in terms of digital government specifically. We had e-government, now we have digital government, and we want to go to the government, the technology of GovTech, where we're basically looking at citizen-centric public services that are universally available. They are simple, they are efficient and transparent. So, as I mentioned to you, towards the end of last year, we started to develop a roadmap. Now, roadmap is to make some path through the wilderness in terms of to go forward in terms of our transformation, for government. And the vision that we actually have for this roadmap that we develop now is digital first services for all. Now, many of us, English is not our first language, so it took a while for me to also understand what this vision means. But I will try to make it very clear to us. But with those, we also have the pillars in terms of, as I indicated to you, our first pillar is digital identity. This is where we're moving towards. Enabling factor is that we also have to have data interoperability. Now, we have spoken a lot about data today, but I think the key word here is to interoperate data between different entities. We will talk about that one. We will talk about the transformation of our services from analog or from manual to digital. Then, importantly, adapt or die. Aha, wonderful. AI is in the room. And then some people talked about, even the minister this morning talked about the startups that we have to make sure that it's part of our ecosystems. Now, we have a partner, the Estonian government. And the Estonian government has been assisting us for many years now. And I think very importantly is that once we started to develop this roadmap last year, they also assisted us with this one. And the roadmap for us is actually a 3-year plan to advance our government efforts to accelerate the transformation of our digital space and to make sure that we can basically start to really tap into technology to make sure that we can basically start to deliver our services through that process. Now, the vision that we have, digital first services for all, is very important for us in this room today to remember. If you forget anything, there's 2 things that I will tell you to remember today. This is one of them. Remember our vision for the country, digital first services for all. And it must be inclusive, it must be citizen-centric, it must be integrated. Remember the issue around silos, we don't want silos anymore. It must be trustworthy and secure, the issues around cybersecurity, all of that as well. It must be innovative, transformative, it must leverage also on the existing and the current technologies that we currently use as well. The roadmap for us is to transition from traditional methods, the analog methods, the manual methods of public service provision to a priority on developing and delivering digital services. We would like the citizen, some of us are citizens first, then we become employers of a company, isn't it? But when you go to Home Affairs, you must go with the paper from point A to point B. When you go to the bank, you must fill in the paper from point A to point B. We would like to reduce that traditional approach. And then we would like to emphasize on the digital inclusivity to make sure that all of us, even if you're impaired or you're disabled, you also basically can use the services for going forward. We have also to prioritize within what we're doing in terms of our transformation. Colleagues, we cannot oversize the issue of our digital IDs for our citizens. And then I'm bringing in a new equation, the expansion of our unified data exchange platform, which we call NAMEX. We also talked about the issues around the government data center and cloud center as well. And then we also look at the development of a service portal and introduction of first digitally transformed public services. I will go through that list for you very, very shortly. The roadmap is not merely just about adopting technology. It is an instrument that will help us to tackle the workload ahead. And it is really ambitious, but it's also practical in terms of what we are trying to achieve. I'll just mention the roadmaps, the roadmap pillars that we have designed for the roadmap. Government and leadership, to make sure that there's effective leadership and good governance. Our digital signatures that we will basically develop, our draft basis for legal package, and then the issuance of our IDs for our residents. I will show you an example. Our databases, and make sure that our databases can talk to each other as well. Our top 10 services that we would like to transform. The issue around cybersecurity and data protection, that is taken care of by the Ministry of ICTs, so we don't have to go much on that one. They are on top of that one and they're doing a good, diligent job on that one. Government infrastructure, similar thing as well. Here we're also looking at the government data center and the cloud plan and our cloud policy going forward. And then the national data center that we want to develop for the country. Yesterday, Professor Anisha talked in length about the data center yesterday. So those are the milestones that we have going forward for the next 3 years in terms of this activities that I just outlined for you in terms of a roadmap as well. I have not enough time, so I must quickly go through some of the slides as well. Colleagues, this slide is there to confuse you, because you need to find yourself somewhere there. If you're a government, you need to find yourself where government is. If you are in the private sector, you need to find yourself where in the private sector you are currently. But what it basically protects, what it basically says is that we are ready to build bridges between government and government, government and business, and government and citizen. This is NAMEX, our Namibian Unified Exchange Platform. It's an interoperable vehicle or a middle layer that we have developed for government, and it is currently working. It is currently in action. It is currently available for different entities that will basically want to interact with government. We said government wants to interact with you, we can share data with you, and you can share data with us. But sometimes people will come to you and say, you need to change your format of your data to be like this. I think you must change your system to be SAP before you can interact with us. You need to maybe work with Oracle forms before you can connect to us. NAMEX is like the gentleman just said, it's open. It's open for all of us. You don't need to change or convert your systems, because this is the previous, what you call X-road, and it doesn't discriminate. It just basically makes sure that you can exchange data with us, and we can exchange data with you as well. So I just wanted to, for example, mention one of the good things is that currently we have the Bank of Namibia who is in piloting with us. Now, the Bank of Namibia has other affiliated banks like First National, Nedbank, Standard Bank, Bank Windhoek. Is there other banks as well? Okay, most of them are there. But when you go and open up an account at one of these banks, you have to basically give them a document that says, this is my ID, and my ID has been certified by the police. And then I can open up the bank account. And they say, yes, it's fine. Then after you go away, they do the internal things, isn't it? And it takes you a while to open up a bank account. It might take you a week, might take you 5 days, make it 2 days, 3 days, depending on which bank you are. I'm not saying any bank, I'm just saying it takes you a while to go to a bank to open an account. But we are currently piloting for the banks. When you're sitting in front of the clerk that opens up your bank account, to immediately validate whether you are on our NPRIs, National Population Registration Database. So that the bank connect directly to Home Affairs to validate whether you are a legal citizen of this country, whether your ID and you are existing currently on that as well. So this is currently what we're doing to test in terms of that as well. And for other institutions as well. We have also telecom, we have pension funds, and then we also have the Register of Deeds as well. And very soon, we will also have BIPA as part of our NAMEX system. this is the second thing I want you to remember. If you go out there and you say that government wants to engage in terms of making services available to the citizens, this is how we will interact with any other institutions, outside government or within government as well. So if you are from the Ministry of Gender, we already engage with you in terms of NAMEX. Good. So I want now to quickly just go a snapshot of the projects that we have done, we are currently busy with in terms of going forward. This is the high level in terms of the Harambee plan that we did. I think I'll skip this slides, just 2 slides, because I think this is one. I want to go to this one in terms of the online client services, government to government, government to business, and government to citizen. Now, I'm giving you a list of URLs, and basically on the left-hand side, I have the OMA name. The OPM, the Office of the Prime Minister, provides the foreign portal services on our portal. Now, many of us have heard about our voucher redemption system because of the communities that we are currently being supported through our disaster recovery, disaster management. For people that is basically being given vouchers so they can basically collect these vouchers, these food items from the different suppliers. And also our government communication system as well. Those are the links that you basically can access. This will be available on the website of the ICT Summit after the time. So if you would like to engage with those ones, you can also go to those URLs as well. For the Ministry of Environment, we have the environmental clearance certificate system. It's online. You can apply online and you can get your certificate online as well. ITAS. Who doesn't use ITAS in this room? Nobody. There's no hands. Very good, colleagues. ITAS is there for us to make sure that we are test compliant. And yes, it's part of our rollout as we speak currently as well. Also from our side as well. And then many of us who are entrepreneurs are basically using our e-procurement system for the Ministry of Finance. And Ministry of Home Affairs, colleagues, there's a lot happening at the Ministry of Home Affairs in terms of our civil systems. If you go to the Ministry of Home Affairs, in those links, you will have more than you have bargained for. Even the application of visas, passports, IDs, much of those, all of them is currently online as well. Our e-birth and our e-death notice system is also online as well. Justice have also online presence. Mines Energy, colleagues, if you are basically would like to have your licenses, in terms of applying for a claim, it's also online as well. And then many of us know people who are seeking a job. The Ministry of Labor, that NIS or NISIS is currently online again. It was offline for a while, but currently it's online as well. In terms of the system usage, colleagues, some of this was mentioned this morning, the influx ID system. The influx ID system is currently between us and the Botswana government in terms of the movement of our citizens on the border. Now, there's people on the border which is close to Namibia and close to the Botswana border as well. And they move basically on a daily basis as well. Now, just imagine if you have a passport of 40 pages and you move more than 40 times a year between Botswana and Namibia. Just imagine how much pages, how much passports you will have in 5 years' time as well. This is the current stats in terms of arrivals and departures between Namibia and Botswana. And year to date, it's about 31,000 entrants or persons that have basically moved between the two borders. Just using the ID, the normal ID, between Namibia and Botswana. In terms of birth certifications, colleagues, we have 58 entities in Namibia with 12,000 users who notifies of every birth that is basically happening in the country. And to date, this year, 2024, up to the total of, I think was, this is in the end of July, was 47,000 births that has been registered. That is a lot of babies. Colleagues, our legal identity, very, very important. This is coming to all of us. Yesterday, the Minister of ICT's, Honorable Emma, said that going forward, and even the ED yesterday said, going forward, we will have one ID card, which we will basically use for everything. Everything that we will use going forward as well. And this is even to collect your old age pension when you basically retire. And this is just to show you a glimpse of how that looks like, and this is the chip that's currently on that as well. Colleagues, the ministries and regional councils, currently there's about 58 websites online. So we have our government.na, gov.na portal. And if you would like to visit any of these OMAs or regional councils, just go to gov.na and you can find them all there. In terms of the services they provide as well. And colleagues, they are monitored on a daily basis. So there's no offline time as well. We've got 95 back office systems. That means that we've got ministries, OMAs, and regional councils with about 95 back office systems, which they currently utilize to make sure they can provide some form of digital service to the country. This is the list of it. I won't go through them. There's no time. I just want to list them for you so that you can know them. And then once you go to the PowerPoint later on, you will find them there as well. I just want to say, as a public servant, in this government, we need to adapt or die. Wonderful. We need to integrate AI into our e-government services. There's no two ways about it. We have to be very clear about that. We have to look at the ethical considerations about that, and it must be done now. Not later, it must be done now. And then we need to prioritize these systems, and we would like to make sure that it is part of our broader goals of our digital government going forward. There's some challenges. There's one challenge I want to iron out today. If any of you who are not in government wants to come to government and wants to work in government, sometimes the position that you want to go to is a bit different, because our current structures in our job families within government is not aligned for the new world, as I can say that. And then we also have a lack of skill, and we have a lack of personnel, and always the one issue in the room always is mullah. We never have mullah. And then, colleagues, as I indicated to you, there's also one challenge, is the high cost of IT. There's the issue around cybersecurity that we have currently, those challenges. And then also, at this point in time, we don't yet have a gateway to make sure that we can basically have startups and then basically transact online as we speak. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Van Wyk, for that insightful, very few words, but many, and meant so much. Let's give him a round of applause, please.
So you can see government is preparing for our digital revolution. As you heard, I think for me, it's the digital ID that stands out. You know, when the police just stops you there and you don't have your driver's license, you should just be able to scan on their system and say, hey, Wena, this is my driver's license, you know? Then you don't have to get a fine. Yeah, we are all afraid of those fines, right? So I think government is moving in the right direction. But let's open up for a few questions before we take a break. Then we will be back for another great session, which my colleague will be facilitating, and I'll take a short break, and then we will move on with our program. So, yeah, I can see the appetite is very high. Please keep it very brief, straight to the point. Introduce yourself as well, so that we know who is speaking, and take it away. Please stand.
Hi, good morning, everybody. My name is Angelo Kluter. I'm from NQA. I just wanted to ask, thanks, Mr. Van Wyk, for the insightful presentation. But in your experience, because you have shown us the roadmap from the 90s, what would you single-handedly say is the biggest challenge of realizing all these strategies, roadmaps, plans that we have? You know, there's different challenges, like you mentioned at the end, from finances, skills, could be political, could be some other areas that also sometimes need more urgent attention, like education, health. So, but like you said also in the beginning, before you step off, like you say, you don't retire, you should leave us with this, maybe to say what we can also focus on. For, in your opinion, the biggest challenge that hinders the acceleration of all this? Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Charles English. Thank you, Mr. Van Wyk, for those insights on what government is doing in terms of technology and growth. However, I'd like to ask how much of the technology that you have showcased there in terms of what government is doing, how much of that technology is locally developed in terms of local service providers, people that actually put the technology together from ground up? Because it's my background in the industry. I've been in the industry for quite a while, as you know, sir. So a lot of these products are sold by international companies. The reason why I'm asking for that is that we have no control over security solutions and products that are being developed outside our country, where we have no insight as to what type of coding and what type of information basically gets extracted for personal use into other areas. So I'd like to know, are all of these things looked at when you talk to these type of international service providers? Or from a local development stance, what are we doing and how are we building these solutions to provide security, not only to government, but also to its citizens and the information thereof? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Maybe I could start with the first question in terms of what are the other barriers that we are facing, specifically for implementation of digital services. We have been running around the laws, and I think our laws, in terms of the changes to our laws, is not agile enough, and that we're facing this specifically now that we would this year would have liked to use our ID card to vote with, but because of the time frames and these that takes the changes to be done to our laws before we can actually transact, that takes a bit of a time as well. And this is we have the political will, we have that, but this is also that just this red tape that we basically find within the system that is basically doing that as well. The other challenge that we are facing is that us as Office of the Prime Minister, we are mostly facilitating the process. But those ones, the OMAs, who do the implementation specifically and do that, sometimes they are sometimes also causing some delays within the entities as well. So this is where we also then find that instead of maybe having to do this in 6 months, it takes maybe 1 year to finalize the process as well. Then to Mr. Charles' question, I would like to say that 100% of all the services or systems that we've developed for Home Affairs, the civil services, was done from us, as within the government. We haven't had a subsidiary or third party to that process. For the mere fact, we know that the data of government belongs to us. This is why we, as Office of the Prime Minister, within our department, we have done the development of most of those services in-house ourselves. I've given you the list of all the other services that is currently bidding as well. They've all been gone through our processes for requirements gathering in terms of the system analysis that we've done as well. The only third party that came into the play might be the hardware that we basically have procured. But most of, even the e-procurement system was done by us in-house as well. So, and then you have seen the list of those 95 other systems. Not all of them has been developed in-house, but I think most of the major ones, which is dear to us and critical to us, has been developed in-house. Yes.
Thank you, Alfred Swartz. I'm a researcher. I spent my whole life in politics.
Sure.
The former president, late President Gaddafi said, if you don't have land, you don't have freedom. Namibia is a capital country. Capital means money is important than the people. I just want to quote something from the late, not late, but president of Uruguay. Jules Mujica, he said, let us remember that human life is a miracle. Consider that human life is a miracle. That we are alive as a result of miracle. And that nothing is more important than life. Our biological duty is, above all, to respect life, promote it, take care of it, reproduce it, and understand that the species in our being. As I was saying, I'm also a researcher. In South Africa, 75% of 76% are in fear of losing their jobs on this AI. What is Namibia's position of the identity of Namibia? Where are we on this IT, this digital transformation? Where are we standing?
Thank you for that difficult question. When we introduced ICT in education, there was always the fear that the teacher will disappear. And we had to calm our teachers the time when our late minister, Abraham Yambo, was there. We had to calm them to say that no technology will replace a teacher. No technology can replace a teacher. But the technology is an aid to a teacher to reach a goal in terms of the teaching. And this is how, yesterday, Dr. Prof said, we must embrace AI, we must embrace technology, but as long as a human is in charge of that. We should not scare away be scared to implement or use AI, or to go for the implementation of AI, as long as a human remains in control. But, as I said, there is jobs. I have indicated to you that there's new startups that will become part of this ecosystem of the technology-driven businesses. And yeah, I might become redundant because of my gray hair, but I might learn another skill after I retire.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Johan touching on those quite critical issues in terms of our preparation for digitalization within the government. And I think it's quite very important. Myself and him also traveled to a country called Estonia. And they have digitalized 99% of all their services. The only thing that they could not digitalize was a marriage certificate. Interestingly. So I believe by now they should have found a way to be 100%. And that's where we want to be as a country, to move in that direction, to have most of our services digitalized. Because carrying all those cards in that pocket, in that wallet, it's becoming something else. So why not have one QR code or digital ID that can just have all my information? Like he said, it's protected, of course. I think we cannot compromise on protecting that information. I mean, someone even having your medical information is quite sensitive. So I think having that card is quite critical for our country to move into what we call the digital revolution. Let's give it up for Mr. Johan once more. Oh. We need to come closer. There we go. Thank you. Let's give him another big round of applause. We now know where government stands, so we also want to see how the private sector is also navigating, It'll
and
be
that
interesting.
collaboration
Yeah.
that Telecom and MTC were also sharing. And Shoki, before we take a short break, I just want to remind the audience that we'll be giving away some goodies, but not free. So this is where you adapt or die. So you would want, during the short break, you would want to visit the stalls if you haven't visited them yet, just to browse through, because we are going to ask you a few questions and then you walk away with some very, very nice goodies. So you need to know who are our sponsors, what do they offer. It's just very simple questions. You answer the question, you get something.
Indeed, 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 indeed. So we're going to take a 15-minute break. So we all are back by 20 past. Do we agree on that? I should not come shouting in the foyer looking for you. I think if you're not here by 20 past, we'll lock the gate and we'll continue with our session. But please don't forget to also visit the summit's website. That's www.ictsummit.gov.na. That's where you can also get access to all the presentation and speeches that are being delivered here at the 8th National ICT Summit.
See you in the next 20 minutes.
TMU SDS, powering Namibia with cutting-edge ICT solutions. Innovate, connect, lead. Future-proof ICT, powered by TMU.
I should indicate that our school is one of the performing schools in our country, and there is one of the reasons why it is as such is because it's fully integrated with technology. My name is Phineas Kongo, heading of Shigambo High School. Shigambo is an educational organization that provides education and academic services to our students. Nowadays, students are more on technology. If you want the student to pay attention to your teaching and learning, to your lesson, if you want the students to concentrate, it's only once you are integrating technology in your lesson. And that's one aspect that have to be really, really considered. Now, education nowadays is no longer about textbook and an educator or a teacher. It is about other aspects that have to be looked. And for us to have all the resources, we have to gather all the resources only through connectivity, internet connectivity. Because you see what is happening with MTC. Now, number one is speed. Number two is reliable. Number three is stable. Number four is the team. Now, we're talking about support. Whenever we happen to experience a very little problems and then you have to give them a call, now the team will be available, and after all, the problem is rectified. And that's exactly why we decided to say MTC is the best for us.
Oh, hi there. I am Zolt. I'm Zolt's customer service helper at your service 24/7. Oh, hi there. I am Zolt. I'm Zolt's customer service helper at your service 24/7, 365. Go groovy, baby. I'll answer your questions and point you to the right place or human to find the stuff you're looking for.
Our online participant, can you hear me? Our online participant, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can. And can you hear us?
Yes, you're audible. We just wanted to do a test run, hey? Thank you so much.
Perfect.
Excellent.
State of mind. We've overcome ours, we've removed yours, and we've created unlimited possibilities. Because we think big.
Always prepare, Herodotus.
Since establishing its presence in Windhoek in 2005, Huawei Namibia has been at the forefront of driving technological innovation and growth in the country.
We have deployed connectivity all over the country. We have been to deep area in the country just to provide a network to remote area, to people in villages. And this network actually help in terms of boosting connection between the local people and then all the diverse area of the country.
Soto vitombiri no tanyanyuko. Etenda joka jonetweka kari ojetu mangurura. Ya monare kakwa ikuno makwata sana. De paife kutuno makwata sana. Familia tushasho turi kombo.
Wai mwene tapu wanawa. Wasi yeto netweka. Ya tuno wako netweka. Ya wako netweka.
Ogo ai naleka kwa ya tu patakana na tusheke la pa ya mapa ya dimu asiri vitali longo lili kokule mala pese ai pamango galela que sepamos ya station wana nando no ko vendo ai tuwe teke no.
Over the past 19 years, Huawei has played a pivotal role in advancing Namibia's ICT infrastructure, contributing significantly to the nation's digital transformation. With a commitment to fostering local development, Huawei Namibia has indirectly created over 500 jobs, further strengthening the country's workforce. In 2023 alone, Huawei made a substantial economic impact by contributing more than $3 million in taxes to the Namibian economy. As we look to the future, Huawei remains dedicated to supporting Namibia's economic progress through continued investment and innovation.
The partnership between Huawei and MTC has been pivotal since its inception. And over the years, this partnership has resulted in cutting-edge technologies as well as infrastructure, which has been very instrumental in our mission to deliver cutting-edge telecommunication services across Namibia. This collaboration has also resulted in enhanced network capabilities and expanded service offerings, thereby significantly improving the network quality as well as telecom services and the digital experiences for our customers.
Through the power of digitalization, Huawei is reshaping industries across Namibia. In the mining sector, our cutting-edge digital solutions have enhanced security measures and optimized production efficiency, setting new standards for operational excellence.
We work with the ELT network quite closely to the move for trailers for blast repositioning of the microwave, and then of course the fiber on the remote sectors and installations, and then the overall maintenance, keep life of the network.
In the old days of feathered pens and ink-stained hands, people struggled to communicate over long distances. They walked miles to deliver messages or relied on letters passed hand to hand. In 1995, the Mobile Telecommunications Limited, better known as MTC, took root in Namibia with the aim to make communications easier and open Namibia to new opportunities. Today, MTC is not just a telecommunications provider, but a leader in the technology space, a digital enabler of choice with the vision to drive an inclusive Namibian digital economy. Hence why we introduce products such as MTC Spectra, Home and Edge, a service which offers the fastest and most reliable internet access in Namibia. For businesses and individuals in the most remote areas, MTC's VSAT provides internet and call connectivity via satellite to ensure you're never out of touch. For the businessman who is always on the go, MTC Cyrus is a phone system that uses data for phone calls. You can save on time, reduce maintenance costs, and enjoy lower call rates. Looking to the future, MTC is gearing up to launch 5G, bringing ultra-fast internet and providing endless possibilities to Namibia, driving progress and innovation with IoT or Internet of Things, smart homes, smart business, machines learning and automation. Our vision has always been to connect Namibians far and wide, ensuring that no matter where you are always connected.
MTC, make the connection.
We're vibrant, we're engaging, we're current and daring. We care, we love, redefining the me family. We smile, we laugh, our favorite word is awesome. We are fast, we are bold, reaching further, wider, and deeper. We thrive, we share, and we connect. We remain consistent, focusing on quality.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to announce that may everybody move back to the plenary so that we can start off with the second part of today's session. Please, if you're finding yourself in the foyer as we speak, please kindly navigate back to plenary so that we can kick off with the second part of our program and so that we are also on time in terms of our program. We were supposed to be here 11 minutes ago back. So also if you're finding yourself seated behind, kindly move forward so that we make space for our late buddies who will be coming in a bit late. So once again, everyone in the foyer, please do make your way back to plenary if you can hear my voice so that we can begin with our second part of our session. Thank you so much.
NORAD Electricity operates within the ESI industry as licensed by the regulator. We are a distributor and we distribute and supply electricity We cover about 8 regions in the northern part of the country. That is namely from Opuo all the way to Zambezi region. For us, being a rural-based supplier, communication is key, and the leveraging of technology is the easiest and cheapest and most effective way for us to reach our customers. And it is very, very important to have good connectivity. We've had several service providers, and their main challenge has always been the size of our network, and it makes it difficult to deliver the correct quality to us in terms of uptime, in terms of mean time between failure, and all these various issues. MTC has been able to come on board and really deliver to us, and we can really see a massive difference in terms of failures. So we've really been able to benefit from this partnership in terms of quality of service, uptime, the things that really matter to our customers, and also at the correct price point. For us, every time we have a downtime, it's money. Our customers cannot buy. We can't serve our customers. People cannot buy electricity. They can't do anything. Our cash flow is affected, especially the prepaid sales. So when every second that we are up affects our bottom line. So it has been a very good choice to work with MTC on some of these things.
An incident has occurred and paramedics are on scene. What is the perspective of a mother covering her child's eyes from witnessing the horror? What is the perspective of an officer trying to piece the incident together? And what is the perspective of a journalist taking a picture? New Era Newspapers, bringing the perspective to you.
Even with the latest security technology, the increase in zero-day attacks creates perimeter security challenges. Ransomware can cripple entire infrastructures, resulting in weeks of downtime, significant financial loss, and exposure to extortion and sensitive data leaks that could harm your brand's reputation. Sooner or later, an attack will slip through. How will you protect your most valuable assets? Your data. Introducing Bullwall Ransomware Containment. Bullwall contains an active ransomware attack in seconds. It stops data encryption and exfiltration. Bullwall uses 28 sensors and machine learning to monitor file activity and identify abnormal events. When Bullwall detects malicious encryption, it stops the active attack within seconds, quarantines the infected user and device, and protects your critical IT infrastructure and data on premises and in the cloud.
TMU SDS, powering Namibia with cutting-edge ICT solutions. Innovate, connect, lead. Future-proof ICT, powered by TMU.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's make our way back into the hall, please, so that we can start with our session.
I should indicate that our school is one of the performing schools in our country, and there is one of the reasons why it is as such is because it's fully integrated with technology. My name is Phineas Ekongo, heading Oshigambo High School. Oshigambo is an educational organization that provides education and academic services to our students. Nowadays, students are more on technology. If you want the student to pay attention to your teaching and learning, to your lesson, if you want the students to concentrate, it's only once you are integrating technology in your lesson. And that's one aspect that have to be really, really considered. Now, education nowadays is no longer about textbook and an educator or a teacher. It is about other aspects that have to be looked at. And for us to have all the resources, we have to gather all the resources only through connectivity, internet connectivity. Because you see what is happening with MTC. Now, number one is speed. Number two is reliable. Number three is stable. Number four is the team. Now, we are talking about support. Whenever we happen to experience a very little problems and then we have to give them a call, now the team will be available, and after all, the problem is rectified. And that's exactly why we decided to say MTC is the best for us.
Welcome back to Windhoek Makea Hotel as we continue to come live here in the capital city of the Republic of Namibia at the 8th National ICT Summit. It's day 2 and all things are going well so far. We had quite interesting presentations earlier before we took a short break, but this time around we're going to have an interesting discussion, and I want my colleague Asteri and Jaja to take us through.
Thank you so much.
There we go, technology.
Adopt or die. Okay, so it's good to see that everybody is awake and back to actually listen to our panel discussion. Unfortunately, we couldn't get all the panelists here because of equally important tasks that they have to attend to, and but Mr. Opedion is here. He is the head of India-Namibia Center of Excellence in Information Technology, which is established at NAST. And he's going to take us through some of the few questions that we have actually prepared, and he'll give an overview from his point of view on how ready is Africa when it comes to artificial intelligence as the route way to actually African transformation when it comes to the digital landscape. Welcome and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
All right, I would like to pose to you the first question. What is your assessment on Africa's readiness or current ICT infrastructure when it comes to the capacity and the implementation of AI technologies effectively?
Well, Africa is developing well in ICT infrastructure, and if we talk about the internet, definitely expanding day by day. But still, if you compare, we have disparities between, rural areas and urban regions, where you find, urban regions are specifically more advanced in terms of ICT infrastructure. But still, if you see rural areas are lacking behind, and to support them, definitely we need more advanced infrastructure, more support in terms of internet connectivity so that it can be able to capacity to implement AI throughout the continent. So I think definitely needs a lot of efforts in that area to implement AI with the internet connectivity as well as processing capacity.
That's a very good observation from your side. Speaking about us doing perhaps more within this AI space in the country, let's talk about how government can play a role in ensuring that we really adapt to AI.
I think government plays very crucial role, you know, especially in terms of policy, framework design, and I would also suggest that government has to look into the policies which can encourage the public-private partnership, because if you encourage, definitely you can bring in more technological support, not only from internally but from outside as well, because we need more partnerships, more investments to achieve the AI technology readiness in our country, specifically in Africa. And I also think that government should build some incentive-based, AI-based technology, so that if you encourage business units, encourage institutes and education sector, definitely it can be done many more things into this area.
Well said.
You have spoken about inclusivity and that we really, really need to actually take our infrastructure to the rural areas if we are to be inclusive and actually bring everybody on board. I just wanted to move away from Africa and compare to India or Asia, since you're from there. How are we doing in terms of actually that comparison? How is Africa doing?
I think Africa is doing good, specifically when I talk about that awareness. Yes, with this type of national level event, we are creating great awareness. And if we talk about inclusivity, definitely we should think, the African countries should think in that equality in, access, equality in, education, training. So we should support the root levels, definitely, where education and trainings can be, more enhanced and more inclusive to give more exposure. And that's where we are getting ready to get the latest technology on board.
Very well. Of course, I think the room will be asking themselves in terms of what opportunities does AI present. I think there's a big interest in terms of what can I benefit from AI? We are hearing this word artificial intelligence quite a lot today or for the past 2 days. But what opportunities does it really present? And when you also look at areas such as economic growth, climate change, you name it.
Great. I think this is a very interesting question, that how AI can benefit. If I talk about very basic aspects, AI is benefiting you in your real life as well. You are using smartwatches, right? That is AI. Based on your heartbeats, your temperature, it can make decisions, see how many calories you burned today. Yeah. But let's talk about more over the side of the computing. Definitely AI in health sector, creating a big impact, and also in economic growth. Think about that, the time of pandemic, where AI can help you in terms of diagnosing the diseases, okay, as well as if you see AI in agriculture, a great impact where these days, I would say farmers are smart. Why? Because they are using IoT devices, sensors. You can sit in your office and do farming, okay? You will be definitely surprised, but search and find out what are the technologies coming behind. And that's the miracle of AI. So AI, we are talking much on it, but definitely, ultimately, if you have listened to my presentation yesterday, we were talking about data. Data is basically, the main role player to give decisions, insightful information, and that can lead to, artificial intelligence.
Maybe just before I give over to my colleague, it's quite interesting. There's also the question of, okay, although it presents all these opportunities in terms of even looking at how many steps we take in a day, I think it has become a thing where we take note of whether we have taken 10,000 steps a day. But then when you look at issues around ethics, how do we deal with issues around ethical use of AI? Because there are questions around whether people use AI ethically. For instance, newsroom people. There are common people that write, and in our famous AI application, which is ChatGPT. Yeah, we cannot run away from it. And perhaps media people will be interested to hear how can we go about, using it ethically when we do our stories? Because AI can perhaps not have that human element in that story that a journalist perhaps is trying to write and so forth. So how do we use it ethically?
Yes, that's an interesting one because I see when you talk about ethically, right, how to use AI ethically, first we need to look into that. We should not misuse the, AI. Like if I take an example of education sector, I have dealt with many students as well. When the exam times comes, they took, okay, let me search on the chat GPT, it can generate. And one of the question even a student posed me that, Mr. Jain, if ChatGPT can do my work, why should I invest my time? And that's the problem. It is making you lazy.
Yeah.
Do not, misuse that. So that is one thing that we should consider ethically. Definitely, as you talk about media house and all, when we publish any news, any information, we should use that way that it should not be biased. Yes. Okay, so that is also one of the ethical consideration. One more thing which I would like to mention here about the resources. Okay, when you are looking forward in terms of basic tasks, these days AI is replacing your basic task. Like earlier in mobiles, we used to search, okay, contacts or something. But today you speak and the contact is available. Even you can say, okay, call me this person. You can do that.
With Siri.
Yeah,
Yes.
Siri and all,
And
right?
Alexa.
It is.
So what I wanted to say, that too ethically, if you look into it, definitely we need to reskill. We need to, maintain our work task force on that so that they can use, AI ethically.
In addition to Shoki's question, before we also give our audience a chance to actually ask a few questions, I just wanted to add also, because there was one question from one of our delegates about the risks of actually us getting laid off or losing our jobs because, oh well, if a robot can actually deliver food, why do I need a waiter or why do I need a waitress, for example? So how can we look at this and how can we give our people a solution to say, don't worry, AI is actually not going to replace anybody's job. So it's actually just going to enhance what we are doing.
Exactly. No, very important one. Do not worry about that AI will replace you. No, definitely you have to improve. Your basic tasks are definitely taken by AI, okay? But what you can do to be in the top notch, reskill yourself, upgrade yourself, do hard work in terms of learning new things. Do not still be stagnant or stick with the basic things because, technology is coming. Day by day, you see a lot of improvements are coming. So the only way is, you need to upskill because AI is also designed by you as a human being, right? So it's our inventions, our, control is there, but how you can take up, definitely looking forward for more research work, more advanced computing aspects and all, which you can look into it. So that is the way I think we can still be safe around in that.
Well, just before we open up the floor for our viewers as well as our audience right here at Makio Hotel, data protection is becoming quite topical today. When you look at our presenters that also gave presentations on the status quo of our ICT space in the country. But when you look at data protection from an AI perspective, how do we safeguard our personal information? We post so much on that ChatGTP, not knowing that it is harvesting all that information and perhaps using it for, I don't know, for what they basically use, maybe to make money out of it, to use it onto their next customer perhaps, because at the end of the day, one of the speakers did say that, you are using this and you're asking yourself, I'm not paying, but I'm actually the product. So how do we safeguard our personal information, our data, in terms of when it comes to AI also?
Well, I think in this, the most important role play is about awareness. Like even I really appreciate ministry is doing, that cybersecurity awareness program. First of all, we should be very clear about what to share in the public domain and what not. Like people are using Facebook, Instagram, and definitely as you are talking about ChatGPT. So we should be very much have a clear concepts on that, what to share, what not, what is your personal information and all. Apart from it, you should also be think on the side of security concern, because data, when you talk about AI, a lot of data is generating, and the side effect is definitely an issue of data privacy. Yes. So you need to learn about how you can secure, how you can share securely that data, or how you can manage your belongings, especially when you are talking about the computers, laptops. So how you are dealing with that, definitely you need to look into more. But I think the first step is the awareness. That's the way forward.
And perhaps like the late president would say, common sense. Know what to share and what not to share. Basically, right? Are we together?
Indeed, may his soul rest in peace. I would like also, please, if you have a question, just raise your hand. And wow, okay, we have 3 hands up, 4 or 5. Okay, can we have one of the colleagues, please, to share the mic? While the mic is circulating, I also wanted just to look at some of the major challenges that probably African countries face in building skilled workforce when it comes to the support of AI development within the continent.
Okay, the major challenges which I feel is education and skills. Okay, first thing, we need to hit on the roots, right? We need to train our people. We need to skill up. So education and skills, that's one of the challenges. Secondly, if I talk about ICT infrastructure, we need latest ICT infrastructure, which are more compatible with the upcoming latest technologies. And the third one is more collaborations, which we needed, not only between the African countries, but also throughout the world, so that we can exchange knowledge. We can, work collaborative in terms of, harnessing the power of AI and bringing more advancement in the country.
Thank you so much. Can we have our next, our first, okay, Mr. Johannes.
Thank you very much. Mine is probably not a question, but
Sorry
a comment.
to interject. May you please stand up so that our viewers can also see who's speaking.
Okay, thank you. I'm Philemon Johannes. I represent the Ministry of ICT. Mine was not a question, or is not a question, is simply to supplement what Mr. Jane is actually alluded to in terms of the readiness of Africa for AI. Whatever I said is true in the sense that the readiness is actually assessed in terms of, the readiness is actually assessed in terms of the presence of AI strategies in the country, the policies, data protection laws, and the necessary structures such as data protection authorities or agencies of this country. Now, just to give you some facts, what Africa has presented in terms of its AI strategy is as follows. countries in Africa, out of 54 countries that do not have data protection policies, are only 12. That can already tell you how ready we are. Out of the so many countries, only those 12 do not really have initiatives in that aspect. And then those with a draft of either the AI strategy, data protection laws, I think there are only 2. And then those that have data protection agencies, they are also just around about 3, 4, 5 countries. And then majority of the African countries would either have an AI strategy or would have a policy in the space of data protection or would have established a data protection agency. So these are just some of the facts I wanted to add to your discussion, that we are indeed ready, and Africa has taken note of that. Thank you.
Oh, wow. That's not good enough. We can even ululate if that is the case. Thank you so much, Mr. Johannes. Please stand up, introduce yourself, and then you can pose your question.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Georgina. I work for GIZ at the Namibia Training Authority. So my specialization is digitalization, right now focused on the TVET sector. My question is, we were hearing in some of the presentations about AI or we were rather looking at how other westernized countries are doing so. For example, the AI regulations and act that is currently being developed in Europe or in the USA. And I'd have a question and have a comment. I always wonder if we have that hyperfixation on the westernized countries, what they are doing, we sometimes lose, or we have the tendency to lose focus on what the other side is doing, because we don't have those massive regulations, which maybe makes sense from their point of view because they want to develop safe AI technologies and so on. But we tend to lose the focus on what, for example, China and India are doing, because the massive push for AI technologies are coming from that side because they don't have those extremely restricting regulations and policies in order. So I'm asking the audience maybe and yourself to what would be the balance between having regulations to create only safe AI or trying to control the space of emerging technologies, or pushing for new innovations and having a more open door to those technologies? Because right now, I mean, the leads in the forefront are coming from the other side because of that.
Thank you so much for your question. Definitely, as we look to the other countries where we talk about more advancement in pushing up the technologies and artificial intelligence into that, I can't say that the policies and the regulations are restrictive, but definitely we need to engage with the other countries, do collaborative efforts to learn and exchange that how we can expand in terms of like what we have the limitations, okay, in Africa. So we can also walk with them in terms of, getting advancement in terms of technology and, streamline our regulatory frameworks and policies. But I'm sure, like as Mr. Philemon also mentioned about that, most of the African countries, they have these kind of policies and data protection bills and, other things. And maybe Mr. Philemon can add in case if, would like to specifically on the regulation side. So, but in my opinion, what I think is if we collaborate with the other countries, we think on, to walk with them, how they are working, how we can learn, and in Africa, how we can break our limits and constraints to reach up to that level. Definitely the other countries would be very helpful in terms of, and specifically I can talk about India, because last time the Minister of External Affairs was here, and he mentioned in his speech I would say the name also, Dr. S.J. Shankar, External Affairs Minister of India. He also mentioned about the, the collaboration between India and Namibia, that we are open to work together, and whatever support required, definitely we can, support. So with that note, which I feel that, yes, working together with the other countries, definitely we can learn about how we can streamline our regulatory and frameworks. But I would ask if Mr. Philemon would like to add something on that. Are you okay? All right, is okay with that. I hope I answered your question. Thank you.
Okay, we can continue the conversation again. And if you have any question on regulations and policies, Mr. Philemon is your plug from the Ministry of ICT. Any other question?
Good morning, my name is Robin Kleinans. I'm with the Ministry of Justice, Directorate Legislative Drafting. To the panel, I have a question with regards to how you think quantum computing would be able to be either utilized within the regulation of AI, first of all, and second of all, with regards to the usage of AI as a tool as it currently is, there is a worry with regards to the lack of copyright protections and the lack of intellectual property. So I was wondering if you could advise us now to move forward on those two issues. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. For the first one, yes, quantum computing can be utilized because it's emerging technology where you can deal with a lot of computing powers. So definitely that can be utilized. Secondly, in terms of AI, I hope you're talking about the regulation in terms of how AI can support. Is it right? If I correctly.
No. My question was with regards to actually the protection of intellectual property, the protection of and expanding copyright regulations, so as to, yes, we can continue using AI as a tool, but we need to ensure that the actual human intellectual property remain protected. So my question is with regards to that.
Yes, it's I think related to copyright and what exactly we are doing innovation about that can be protected. Yes, that is definitely can be done with the help of regulation. There are, as per my knowledge, there is two types of regulation for protecting your content as well as your innovations, what you are doing. One within the country and one is in globally. So definitely you may search on it, but yes. And AI can also definitely help into, protecting that aspect, because these days, globally a repository is utilized to check whether it has been utilized, the plagiarism and all. So yeah, I think that can definitely work with that.
Indeed. Two more questions, but I just wanted to add also to what she have asked, because I remember the Ministry of Education, Arts and Culture recently also had discussions around that, on how actually to protect your work, and they are also looking into digitizing your work as or protecting your intellectual property whenever you put it on the internet. How can it be protected? And where would you go if you see that somebody else is using your work without your permission, and how you can go about the copyright and actually using AI to advance your work? They actually had that discussion recently at Arabosh. I was there. So yeah, if you may also want to contact them through UNESCO and NATCOM, they actually had a discussion on that. Any other question? We answered most of the questions.
Yes, good day. My name is Alfred. About 2 years back, the hackers sort of targeted Namibia. It was a front page story in the Namibian. Hackers target Namibia. The mere fact that they had the courage to want to hack us basically means they must have convinced themselves that we are not infallible. My question therefore is, what gives us that sense of security that our data is safe and all that? What are those firewalls that we use to protect our data? I hope I'm clear.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much for your question. I understand about the data privacy, and definitely it's all about cybersecurity. Again, I would say the first thing is awareness, but apart from awareness, we should have an implementation of cybersecurity, and might be the country is busy implementing the cybersecurity policy as well. On top of this, at the ground level, like you mentioned about the firewalls and the UTMs, definitely that should be used, and we should have some of the tips I can give you, like we should have a CERT, Common Emergency Response Team, which can definitely handle if anything happen, and they can restrict if, what do you say, the affected environment. Apart from it, you could have a monitoring team, you can have a detection team. So there are steps, and if I collect everything in a one umbrella, we should say we need to implement a kind of security operations centers, so that we can aware, we can technically also see how we can protect our data.
Maybe just to amplify that, can we just give our director also an opportunity just to add on to that important question in terms of how are we safeguarding our digital infrastructure in Namibia?
Okay, thank you, Joe. I also need to stand for the viewers. And face which direction? Here or here? Anyway. Okay, here. No, thank you very much for the opportunity and the question, very important. What is important is that each one of us should secure ourselves with or without a law or a policy. When it comes to the firewalls, it's a responsibility of every individual organization to ensure that you put your measures in place. The law can come in to prosecute and set the fines and all the necessary punishments required. But it's important. I think there was a mention of awareness. As a country, we put in place the National Cybersecurity Strategy, which highlight the pillars that we need to focus on, and also creating awareness. I think Shoki asked earlier whether any of us are aware of the sessions that we host for individual organizations and for the members of the public. And this we do physically and virtually. So it depends if you want us to come to your organization. But it's important is that you invest in cybersecurity. Now, there was a mention of a National Cybersecurity Incident Response Team that is in place. I just want to highlight that as a country, we've established that under the Communication Regulatory Authority of Namibia. And the idea is basically just to ensure that that's a focal point for all the cybersecurity issues. The past week I've seen, I'm not sure, maybe some of your organizations have received that communication, that the regulator, which is CRAN, is actually requesting in organizations to identify focal persons because they've identified the critical information infrastructure. That as an energy sector, as a financial sector, you are quite critical. If your network is compromised, then a lot of damage can be done. But that doesn't mean that all other sectors are not important. So, but it's important that we invest. When we talk during our sessions in terms of cybersecurity awareness sessions, what we do, we encourage that we have management in those sessions to set the tone. When IT comes to you to say you that my infrastructure is aging, as management, as executive, you should be able to hear what they are saying. You should understand, because the older your infrastructure, the more vulnerable you are as an organization. So there are a couple of things really that as individual organizations you ought to do to protect yourself. And there was a mention of the data protection bill that we are busy with. That part, the bill makes provision for the establishment of a data protection authority. What the data protection authority then ought to do, and I think Mr. Johannes mentioned to say how many countries in Africa have the law and the authorities and all that. What it ought to do is basically to ensure that every processor and controller of your data should make sure that they put measures in place to protect your information. I give this example. If I go to Netis to register my vehicle or to get my license, I give you my information for that purpose, and you must use it for that purpose. Now, here I am, because I passed through red lights, then the police or city police finds me. How do they find me? Because the system is linked to that of city police and NATIS, and they are able to identify this number plate and this ID and all that. But I only give my information to NATIS to register my vehicle or to get a license. So what we are saying is put measures in place, and as a data subject, the owner of that information, I must know what you're using my information for. So these are the measures really that we are putting in place to ensure that everybody that processes the information should safeguard the information or the data of this individual. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much, Melinda, for that clarity. I think we are a little bit behind our time, and let's continue the conversation as we break into subsections with our breakaway sessions. Shoki, just give us an overview of what's going to happen during our breakaway sessions and which topic is going to be in which room.
Okay. Just before we get, as we close off with this panel discussion, I think it's important to also accommodate our virtual participants as we close off. I think there's a comment here from Victoria Nana Hangula. She says, the talk is indeed informative regarding AI and its utility for national issues in Namibia. Very interesting is the ethical aspect. Very important is data protection and privacy. Thank you for sharing. And I think we can close our panel discussion on that note. Can we give our panel a big round of applause?
Thank
But
you.
before we get off this panel, of course, we have some interactive sessions that we will break away. But before that, let me take this opportunity to acknowledge the Honorable Maria Elago. She is the chairperson of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on ICT and Innovation. May we please give her a round of applause. It's always good to have policy makers, lawmakers with us, because then they get to appreciate the conversations that we are having, and they also get to understand when with the ministry, the stakeholders come up with a law that is relevant, because technology is forever changing, then they are well prepared, well versed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Indeed, Shoki. And I also just don't want to get rid of Mr. Jane without giving his, final word to what Africa should do, what Africa should be careful of when it comes to the utilization of AI, and what we can learn from other people and the collaborations that we should look out for.
No, thank you so much. And with the final words, I would like to mention that to harness the power of AI, definitely we need more collaborations, more concrete education, knowledge transfer, better infrastructure, and definitely a proper strategy. Definitely ministries and all, they are busy with it. And I'm sure not only this country, throughout the Africa, we need to push for this. So with that, I would give you a good luck to learn more and contribute towards Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, so in terms of our breakaway sessions, of course, Breakaway A will be in Brandberg hall. And then for Breakaway B, we are in Gamsberg. And then Breakaway C will be at this very same platform, which is our plenary. And Breakaway D will be Rakana at the Safari Court just across this building. Maybe my colleague will take you through now in terms of the topics that will be covered.
Yes, in venue A, there will be our speaker, Mr. Million Andora, unless he delegated, of course, and the topic will be strategic alignment of AI and automatic in support, or automation, pardon me, in support of your digital transformation journey. If you are interested in that, it will be discussed in venue A. And in venue B, we have Ms. Zaniwe Azari. She is from Yango, she is a Yango Public Policy Vice President. She will be speaking about unlocking urban mobility with Yango, exploring digital platforms, innovations, and technology applications. That will be in venue B. And in venue C, we'll be having Mr. Benjamin Okoli. He is a sales manager at West Africa Kaspersky. This word torments me. So he will be speaking about how Kaspersky's comprehensive security extended detention and response solution and centralized with threats of artificial intelligence or threat intelligence. And then in venue D, which will be in the Zambezi, there will be Mr. Delon Pians, I hope I got his name correct, defense engineer at Snowed Technologies. He will be speaking about, this is quite an interesting topic. I've seen you get hacked. AI real-time attack simulation. So there you have your topics. Whichever you're interested in, you just follow, or you, some of our colleagues can also direct you. But some of the venues already have branding as to this is venue A, B, or C, or D.
Just to remind you once again, Breakaway is Brandberg, Breakaway B is Gamsberg, and Breakaway C is the plenary. This is now where we are. And then Breakaway D will be Rakana at the Safari Court, just the building across us. We also like to remind the audience and that are here that before you go for lunch, please make sure that you have scanned your QR code, because you will not have access to lunch. You remember when your grade 1 teacher said, who's in the class? Did you tick? Then she will tick, tick, tick. But if you are not in the class, you will be marked what? So it's the same scenario. If you did not scan your QR code, you will be marked as absent, and you will not also benefit in terms of a lunch meal, unfortunately.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. 30 minutes of our discussions, and then we come back to the plenary, please.
Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, for those ones who wanted to be part of the plenary session, we are now going to begin with our speaker in plenary B. So that's Mr. Benjamin Okali, if I'm saying that right. He's the sales manager for West Africa. That word that Asteria is struggling is the same for me, but I believe he will take us through, and he will be joining us virtually. Good afternoon, sir, and welcome.
Good afternoon, sir. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, you are audible. Please go ahead and give us your presentation.
Perfect. So I'm just going to share my screen now. Please let me know when everyone can see. Is it visible?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, maybe just some quick introductions once again from my side. My name is Benjamin Okolie. I'm the sales manager for Kaspersky, just to save everyone the stress of having to remember. Today we would pretty much be talking about Kaspersky's next XDR expert, powered by our threat intelligence. What is the story behind it? What even is this XDR that we speak about? What are some of the challenges that we've seen in cybersecurity as a whole that has led us to develop our own XDR? So, as part of our next product line, all right, so we did recently launch a product line or licensing tier called Kaspersky Next. As part of this, we introduced the Kaspersky Next XDR Expert. So this whole solution is part of Kaspersky's XDR approach and provides an all-encompassing view of your organization's cybersecurity posture, right? The idea is we're trying to create a single pane of glass, adding some additional detection and response capabilities. And we'll go into these guys a bit deeper as we progress. But here we look at some of the tiers. So we have two tiers within the XDR pretty much. The first one is the Kaspersky XDR Core. What exactly this is, what are the key components here, we will discuss. And then we have the Kaspersky Next XDR Expert. The licensing model is as follows. It's pretty much based on the number of users. We're looking at like 1, 2, 3-year subscriptions available, and the minimum purchase would start from 250 users. So based on surveys, what is the story behind the XDR? Why do people need XDRs? We looked at the top reasons for implementations of an XDR, and we look at the prioritization of alerts. For our security analysts, there is the question of alert fatigue. There's a lot coming in. How do we actually find the needle in the haystack? How do we properly prioritize these alerts to find the ones that actually require the most attention now? The next part is improving the detection and detection of advanced threats as a whole. So how do we do this? How do we go about implementing something to cater for this, right? And this is one of the reasons based on surveys why people have opted for an XDR. And then more efficient threat and forensics investigations. We need to be able to get some memory dumps, process dumps from endpoints. For example, in the case of an incident, how do we carry out our investigation process? How do we go on to run our threat containment, isolate hosts, quarantine, things like that, right? And these are the reasons why people have looked at the implementation of an XDR. And what are the main desired outcomes that we've seen from these surveys as well? We've seen, the need for enhanced threat detection and response, which the name will suggest, improved fidelity and prioritization of the security alerts, and then a centralized management hub for security operations, which brings us back to that single pane of glass conversation that we started with. So this XDR has to be a way for us to consolidate data, has to be a way for us to bring everything together. And so still based on surveys, we look at the amount of data sources that people have in their environments. And, very, very small percent coming in at 3%, like 3% coming in at fewer than 5 data sources. 17% coming in at 5 to 10, 50% the largest coming in at 11 to 15 data sources. But I guess the main idea here is we have people that are running up to 25 data sources. How do we then go on to consolidate? How do we make operations easy for our security teams? And so we look at the expected impact of this XDR as per the survey, and 52% of the users are suggesting that they want the XDR to supplement what they already have. So they don't want it to necessarily come in to replace anything. They want it to be an add-on. They want it to be an additional layer of security within the organization. 44% looking at the XDR being a way for them to consolidate their current security operations technologies into this single pane of glass approach that I've just spoken about. And then for like the smaller percentages, 2% were saying they're looking at the XDR being a way to replace one or more of their current security technologies, which is not necessarily wrong. It's not like there's nothing wrong with having these expectations, right? As you find the nature of the XDRs, maybe based on a correlation engine, for example, they prompt you towards, like, for example, replacing a SIM with it, right? And so there's no problem with having these expectations. And then for like another 2%, they're not really sure, and they believe it's a bit too early to tell, considering that it might be a relatively new technology. And so we look at the XDR being Kaspersky XDR, looking at protecting all of these key data sources. And again, per survey, what are the most important data sources for security operations? And we're seeing the endpoint security data. We're seeing the threat intelligence feeds, these data feeds, logs, data from multiple security devices, cloud security posture management, NetFlow, VPCs, malware sandbox, SaaS security posture management, and many more, right? So I think the main idea or the main point remains the same. There's a lot of data sources. How are we supposed to manage all of these data sources? You find them emanating from like their own different technologies that have their own management platforms. How are the security team supposed to log into this platform, log into that platform, there's a lot, right? So how are we supposed to manage it? And so Kaspersky actually started the XDR approach as far back as 2017. This was like 2 years before the term XDR itself was coined. So we started this as our native XDR, and as per naming, was the idea here? The idea was EDRs were already common. There was conversations around the endpoint detection and response, and then we asked ourselves, why are we limiting the detection and response capabilities to the endpoints? How do we do more? How do we interact on the network level? How do we react? How do we work with the mail servers? How do we work with, for example, proxy servers? And so we developed our Kaspersky anti-targeted attack platform to work alongside our endpoint detection and response. And so these guys together with the endpoint detection and response covering the endpoint bit had the Kaspersky anti-targeted attack platform, or KATA for short, covering the rest. And this was how we created our own native XDR. And again, this was before the XDR term itself was even coined. So we just did it from the point of like understanding the security trends and wanting to create more coverage for the security teams, right? But then, it's great, really strong tool, but then there was like a bit of a slight challenge. It's not really a major challenge, but it was definitely a slight challenge. And the challenge is here on screen. As the name would suggest, native, everything was tied to Kaspersky. So as you'd find vendor A's product, tight integration with vendor A's second product, third product, fourth product. So only the vendor A's product, right? In the case, Kaspersky product. And when we look outside, we see other vendor products that other users might be using in their organizations, and they want to be able to integrate into the XDR. But unfortunately, that native XDR, this was a bit difficult. Obviously, we did have people that were still, happy, trusting us and having all of our products and running the native XDR. And this was definitely not a problem or challenge to anyone. But we asked ourselves, how do we go on to spread our arms? How do we go on to accommodate more people? So we moved on to the open XDR. This is the main tag of the Kaspersky Next XDR Expert, which is the open XDR, providing us that flexibility and vendor agnostic capability, right? So we are not restricting ourselves to just our products. We're then able to integrate and bring in other products as well, maintaining this single pane of glass. So we want to be able to work with other vendor products that you have in your environment. We want to be able to come in there, integrate, consolidate this data into the single place for you to then go on to visualize, go on to respond, go on to player case management and the likes, which we'll get a bit deeper into in a bit. And so what are some of the key technologies behind the Kaspersky Extended Detection and Response? This is the Kaspersky Next XDR Expert. The first part, one of the most important parts, is the Kaspersky Unified Monitoring and Analysis Platform. This is the correlation engine. This is our SIM solution. This allows us to now ingest telemetry from all of these multiple log sources that you'd have in your environment. Now, as part of the extended detection and response, we're also bringing in the Kaspersky Next EDR Foundations, which is pretty much our endpoint protection solution, alongside the Kaspersky Endpoint Detection and Response Expert, providing us some more capabilities, which we would look at in a bit. So on screen, we would have like a much deeper dive into the XDR expert composition, and it looks just like this. Main goal is to have this open single management platform, right? And within the single management platform, we want to first off provide this centralized asset management. We're providing the centralized asset management. We're providing this log management or data lake, again, thanks to the correlation engine that we have. Providing the dashboard and reporting, providing the threat detection and cross-correlation capabilities. We're looking at case management, making it easier for us to find or spot detections, and then assign it to an analyst, right? It's always very convenient. We have our team of analysts already on board. The detection is made. Why don't we go on to forward this to one of the analysts and say, okay, this is your responsibility now. Let us look into this alert, confirm or validate that it is not an incident. If it is an incident, then we start the incident response process. But this is now your responsibility as per the case management feature. Then we should now be able to create playbooks. This allows us to create the incident response playbooks. So we're saying if a detection is made as per certain rules being met or certain criteria being met, what are we supposed to do? We're then able to create these playbooks to allow us to respond. We're automating the response process pretty much. And this could be as simple as, on a certain detection, run a malware scan on critical areas. It seems straightforward, but you'd find that as per standard technologies, there's the need for the analysts to then go on to start logging on to like a separate endpoint management solution, starting to create like this malware scan tasks. And this is obviously time consuming. We're really not responding as quickly as we should. Right. So with the ability to then create these incident response playbooks, the moment there's any detection, we're then able to respond as quickly as possible. We've seen some very, very interesting use cases. We've seen use cases around someone seeing some interesting communication via the firewall, right? So the firewall entries, firewall logs show communication to a potentially malicious IP, right? And we find this communication, and immediately we're able to create like some rules, response via the correlation engine. You could respond via scripts, for example. And one of them was able to write like a bash script to add a rule to his firewall. So he added a firewall rule on a correlation rule being hit. And this was just a very interesting way for them to see the true capabilities of the solution. Just make it more, making the response process much faster. Things like isolating a host on certain rules being met, on certain triggers, we should be able to run these playbooks. And then these playbooks could be, for example, isolating the host. And so immediately we take the host off of the internet. We've gone on to prevent the potential exfiltration of data and also killed any potential lateral movement, or any communication to CNC as well, right? So these playbooks give us this flexibility, this speed, this agility that's required in the current security operations. So we're also providing very extensive dashboards and reporting, which is a very key part. And very importantly, third-party connectors, again, pushing the message that we are open and we are not, I guess, restricted to run with only our solutions. We're actually happy to accommodate other solutions. And we have a bunch of these connectors out of the box that would allow us to integrate with a lot of the popular vendors that you know for your firewalls, for your routers, for your switches and the like. So we do not have any problems with these integrations. Now, on this side, you're going to see some interesting parts. Here, we're looking at enrichment, and the first part is enrichment via the Kaspersky Threat Intelligence, which we'll touch on in a bit. And then the other part is the Kaspersky Endpoint product. So within the Kaspersky Next XDR Expert, the licensing also includes our endpoint protection. So we are covering the endpoints and more. All right, so there's a small difference between that and the XDR core, as the XDR core contains the exact same thing, except the endpoint product. And the idea here is we understand that not everyone wants to change what they already have from an endpoint perspective. And this is fine. So if you already have something that you run in your endpoint environment and you are comfortable with it, even though we will obviously always recommend that you at least give our endpoint protection a try. We understand that there's cases where, organizations have run for 7-10 years and they don't want to change. It's fine. We are now providing this XDR core that will only contain this open single management platform, which is the SMP plus the correlation engine, Kaspersky Unified Monitoring and Analysis platform. So we're able to make all of this available. You still have the third-party connectors, you still have everything, and you still have the option to integrate with the Kaspersky Threat Intelligence for additional enrichment purposes. And so from like a tier comparison perspective, just to have this view, within the XDR core, you have access to third-party connectors and the likes, the threat detection, cross-correlation, asset management, the dashboards and reporting. You're also getting the case management, the response and automation and orchestration via playbooks, ability to build an investigation graph rather, right? Just to have like a clearer picture of what exactly could be happening within the organization. We have the deployment toolkit, we have the open API support. You'll find that within the core, unfortunately, the endpoint functionality is in there. But within the expert, you then have the endpoint functionality, which would then include automated, semi-automated, and manual detections, monitoring across all of the protected endpoints, general threat containment, allowing us to isolate hosts, allowing us to quarantine files, allowing us to delete objects, the recovery options, things like remediation engine, which we do have as part of our endpoint protection suite. So we do have the behavior detection modules, exploit prevention, remediation engine. These are more of our machine learning components. And we're looking at coverage for the mobile as well. So we're not just providing mobile device management, but mobile threat defense as well. And then there's also the cloud discovery and blocking and security for Microsoft Office 365. Sorry, hold on. All right. Yeah, so we're also providing the security for Microsoft Office 365. So on here, we are able to provide anti-spam, anti-phishing, anti-malware capabilities for your Microsoft Office 365 space. And we are then bringing in trainings. And these trainings come in the form of the CITO, or rather Cybersecurity for IT Online. So the idea is we're providing these vendor agnostic trainings as well for your security admins. So this will be trainings on AD security, server security, malware and exploits, potentially unwanted programs and things like that, right? So we're not just providing the technologies, but we're also assisting with the people. And so we look at the general concept of people, processes, and technologies, and you find that within this small Next XDR experts, there's a lot of focus on the technologies and the people as well. So this is definitely just like a small one pager that shows the main differences between the XDR core and the next XDR expert. So yeah, then we move on to the Kaspersky data feeds. We would speak again on this as part of our intelligence, right? How we looked at enrichment. How are we going to enrich working with the XDR? Now, our Kaspersky threat data feeds pretty much deliver real-time intelligence. So we're providing real-time information to help organizations protect their infrastructure from cyber threats. These feeds would pretty much be malicious IPs, phishing websites, and the likes, right? So this is another really neat way to assist with the prioritization of alerts. So say there's a lot of telemetry coming in, there's a lot of communication being spotted, firewall logs are reporting some communication to some servers, for example, to some IP addresses, some URLs. There's a lot of these communications that happen on a daily. How do we go on to focus on the ones that are of interest? The threat data feeds from Kaspersky would actually provide us this information, right? It's enriching the telemetry, helping us immediately flag or find those needles in the haystack. We're able to immediately spot and say, this communication is malicious simply because this URL that is communicating to is part of our malicious URL feeds, for example. So we have a bunch of these feeds available, and one of the key things, or part of the key things of the feeds would be that they are continuously updated. So we continuously update our threat intelligence just to ensure that we're providing near zero false positive rates. I guess one other neat thing to note about our intelligence is how we get the intelligence. We don't just go on to give everything that we won't just take anything and give people, right? The idea is when we get our intelligence from our log sources, we then go on to implement a so-called human-machine model, where we first off have machine learning modules coming through that intelligence. And then we go on to bring in so-called human TI, which would then be the Kaspersky SOC team, the Kaspersky Global Research and Analysis team, the Kaspersky ICS team, even when we're looking at the operational technology space, there's the industrial control systems, your SCADA, PLCs. There's like intelligence catered for them as well. And so when we've combed through this intelligence, we're then going to feed it to our people just to ensure this near zero false positive rates. So we are pretty much sure that if there's any detection made from our feeds, it is definitely malicious, right? So this is one way of enriching the telemetry just to make the lives of our security analysts much easier. They were also providing this rich and meaningful context, which would then mean that the data is immediately actionable, and there's a number of delivery formats. So there's delivery formats per standard would deliver in JSON, but we have a feed utility that can then allow us to convert to, say, sticks, OpenIOC, whatever format that's most comfortable for the organization. And we're also able to ingest these guys into other security controls, for example, your next generation firewalls, right? So there could be like feeds dedicated to these guys. There could be network related feeds that you could ingest in your IDSs, IPSs, your proxies, your next generation firewalls, or you could even work directly with your SIM. And then one thing maybe to point out here is that these feeds aren't always easily ingested by a lot of, I guess, security controls. For example, there are some SIM solutions that unfortunately can't just work with these data feeds, unfortunately, right? So how do we help them? We help them by creating a so-called threat intelligence platform, which we call CyberTrace. CyberTrace is our threat intelligence platform. It integrates these data feeds from multiple sources, and it acts as like this off tool, right? Maybe just for it to make sense, I'll show this small diagram here. Telemetry comes from our log sources. The raw logs are forwarded to the SIM. These events will then be forwarded to CyberTrace. Now, CyberTrace is going to run the rapid matching what is coming from the SIM against those threat data feeds, against the general intelligence, right? And is looking for matches. So where it sees matches, for example, hashes, we see some hash feeds, and we see some malicious process that was started, and this hash matches a hash that we know to be malicious based on the malicious hash feed. We're then able to return those detection events back to the correlation engine, or in this case, a SIM solution. And then it makes for easier visualization. Now, all of a sudden, we've immediately assisted the analysts in prioritizing that alert. Now, the analyst is able to immediately look onto it, leverage on that intelligence without even having to click too many things, right? The events were already forwarded by default, and he has already received a response. And now he has the malicious verdict. And all of a sudden, the incident response process internally can start much quicker. Cybertrace allows us to also ingest like internal TI. So you could have your own internal feeds. You have the visualization from the dashboard of your SIM, and also the visualization from the Cybertrace dashboard itself. And some of the main features of Cybertrace include a retrospective analysis feature, or retroscan. This is personally one of my favorites. One of my favorites because of the cybersecurity situation that we have, right? There could be something that is found today, but there isn't enough information to suggest that this thing is malicious. So what then happens in the next week or in the next two? The retrospective analysis comes in here. The retrospective analysis allows Cybertrace to actually look back at some of those indicators that it found. Now, these indicators could be those IP addresses, URLs, hashes. Cybertrace can then go back and say, remember this thing we saw 2 weeks ago? We didn't have enough information then, but we have something now to suggest that this guy is malicious. And this then points us towards starting, the necessary investigation or incident response processes internally. But that retrospective analysis is one of the key features of Cybertrace. We then have the so-called normalization feature as well. And this allows us to spot what malware will try to do, right? So there's this trick. Malware will try to obfuscate their communication, right? And they do this via so-called authorization string and decimal representation system, right? The idea is, say, http://github.com @14 something, some random decimal. What happens is, unfortunately, a lot of security systems miss this, but Cybertrace wouldn't, right? The idea here is github.com is actually acting as the authorization string, and the main communication is being made to that decimal representation after the @. So that could be like a decimal representation of some IP address or some malicious URL. So unfortunately, when the security systems see the communication to github.com, a lot of them miss it without focusing on that decimal representation and trying to think of GitHub as the authorization string. So Cybertrace is able to run that normalization and point us in that direction to say, no, malware, this is definitely a malicious communication. Please, we need to act immediately, right? So this is a very great feature of Cybertrace. Obviously, the automated matching of these events, it pretty much act as the main source or a source of enrichment. And then it also provides this multi-tenancy support. So there's the MSSP support, there's the even for large enterprises with multiple branches, it can make for good viewing to have this ability to have multiple branches or subsidiaries, and then you have multiple tenants per subsidiary within Cybertrace. So yeah, that's like from like a much higher level, we've been able to go through the Kaspersky XDR, the main story behind the XDR, and some conversations around the Kaspersky intelligence, how this works with with our XDR and even other SIM solutions to act as a source of enrichment of data, just to make the prioritization of alert situation much easier and make the general life of our admins or security analysts easier as well. So with that, I'd like to say thank you very much, everyone. And if there's any questions, please, we can take them.
Very well. Can we give him a round of applause? Are we together? I want to see from the house if we have any questions on that great presentation on their comprehensive security extend detection and response solution. then centralized with threat intelligence. Any questions from the House on that presentation? Yes, there's one question there behind. Can I be assisted by the team so that we just facilitate quickly that question with Mr. Benjamin, who is joining us virtually from West Africa. Right. Okay, while we still fix that, please don't forget to continue using the hashtag ICT Summit, hashtag artificial intelligence, hashtag digital transformation. Remember, I do see some traffic online happening. The price is a secret for now, but definitely you'll be surprised as we announce that price tomorrow during the closing ceremony and also during the Youth Day. But let's give over to one of our participants to quickly pose that question.
Thank you, Mr. Benjamin. My question is in two parts. So the first one is, how does XDR, how does it deal with on-premise infrastructure as versus many of us are using cloud systems. So how does that work? It wasn't clear in the presentation how your platforms deal with that. And the other question would be, we see a lot of cyber incidences that are AI initiated. So how do you also, like AI is fighting AI now, so what is happening? How do we get in between and know which one is malicious AI and which one is the proper AI? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Benjamin, if you can still hear me, I hope you got those questions.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. So thank you very much for the questions. To take the first one, with like on-prem or cloud or whatever or hybrid infrastructure that you have, which we even see, we have no problems here. We're able to support all of them. The main idea here for us is collecting the telemetry. And for us, we have a bunch of collectors. We have a bunch of ways to collect this telemetry. So the main thing is bringing telemetry onto the systems, and we don't prioritize on-prem. We can take on-prem, we can take cloud. We even have people that forward their telemetry from their O365 onto the platform. So we have collectors for them. So these collectors can run using like a JSON format. We're able to get the necessary telemetry required and then act on this telemetry within the platform itself on-prem. So we don't have any problems integrating with any cloud-based offering that you have, really. And then maybe to the point of the detection techniques, right, or prevention, rather, fighting AI with AI. I guess it's very important to note that Kaspersky does have a next-generation anti-malware engine. And this next-generation anti-malware engine combines a bunch of things. It combines the regular or known signature-based detection that everyone knows, alongside some behavior detection modules and a sandbox. Right, so the main idea is we are trying to make the malware show itself, right? We create this sandboxing technique where the sandbox actually emulates actual human behavior, right? So whatever malware activity or malicious activity that will be attempted will be spotted within the sandbox, and then we can draw a verdict. Now we're also then going on to hold or work with the cloud threat intelligence database via the Kaspersky Security Network that doesn't just hold malware signatures, but the so-called behavior stream signatures as well, or BSS. So we understand patterns of behavior of malware, and these patterns of behavior will then be matched by the behavior detection module that we have within the engine. So this is how we're also able to combat from this side.
Thank you very much, Mr. Benjamin. I think your namesake also asked you a question, strangely enough. So any other questions from the plenary here before we conclude this session? Can I see any indication from the House? All right. Oh, there's one here. There we go. Just introduce yourself. Just please stand for the sake of our virtual participants as well.
All right, good day. Mr. Benjamin indicated that they accommodate third-party solution. I just wanted to find out what are some of the disadvantages for accommodating third-party solution in terms of weaknesses and breaches?
Very well. Mr. Benjamin, it's over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So yeah, I guess in terms of like weaknesses, when you bring in third-party solutions, the main detection engines are from the third-party solution. So we can't, I guess, embed our own detection technologies in there. Say, for example, from the level of endpoint, say you're running a different endpoint protection solution, for example, we wouldn't be able to say that we can't guarantee that protection because it isn't our endpoint protection solution in there. We are only collecting the telemetry to enhance the visibility for the security teams. But if it were to be our own protection in there, we can definitely go on to say that we have that guarantee. We're part of a lot of independent reviews, A/B tests and the likes. We're pretty much the most tested vendor out there. So you could actually see these findings that actually point towards our technology being, right up there. But unfortunately, when it's someone else's technology in there, we can't vouch for it. We can only bring in what they say they are seeing and provide a single pane of glass for the security teams, consolidate the data. But the data collection itself is by the third-party solution.
Oh, we just lost Mr. Benjamin. I think he basically touched it a bit. Would like to thank him for his presentation. Of course, we will move on with our program. Of course, as you look at your time, we are left with a few minutes before lunch, and I don't want to be that person between you and your lunch, destroying that important part. But I would just like to make some few announcements. I don't know if my co-host wants to join me on stage. She's running away from me before we close off the first session. Your mic is here with Ms. Justine. So we were supposed to have a panel discussion touching base on harnessing the power of AI in research, science, and technology to address Namibia's challenges such as water, energy, food security, One Health, climate change, and sustainable development. Now, what we'll do is we'll arrange that, and we will do it immediately when we return after a lunch, and that will be then followed by the social media mediated gender-based violence, charting a way forward. I think that's also a very interesting one. Okay. My team, I think I can hear an echo. Okay, thank you so much. So we'll have those conversations right after lunch. What do you think, Asteria?
Indeed, we're just waiting for the rest of the breakaway sessions to conclude. I think we'll just need to establish whether they're done or not, but they should be done by now, so that we break away for lunch.
Yeah, so what will happen with lunch in terms of the arrangements? As we said, please ensure that you have registered so that our automated system can issue you a meal card. But if you have registered as an online participant, please just remain in the hall. We'll try to resolve the issue of how we can accommodate you. And for our high dignitaries and those that have received the meal cards, we'll then move to the restaurant across this building where we are now. And then 2 o'clock sharp, we are all back.
Indeed. Some of our colleagues will also be helping with issuing some meal tickets to those, I think, who did not get a chance to register online. Enjoy your lunch. Let's get back here at 2 o'clock. We will then be giving out some of the goodies that were given by some of our sponsors. We will be asking you questions. You answer, you get something.
So don't forget to participate. Also, if you're finding yourself virtually, please also do comment, share the post. Remember to use the hashtags, and let's have a conversation online also, so that everyone that's also following either via Teams or our live streaming platforms can also have an opportunity to engage with our panelists, speakers, and you name it. For now,
do or die.
We got it. We got it.
It did not raise his hand.
It
he missed.
All right. We also want to acknowledge our executive director that's here with us, Dr. Audrey Mate. Sir, we acknowledge your presence. Thank you so much for joining us. But for now, it's bye-bye, and we'll see you after 2 o'clock.